for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 Netrunner Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is day 2, the top cut. Yesterday we started with 107 players, all winning a Circuit Breaker invite, coming together in one of the rare invite-only tournaments that's held within Netrunner. Today we're left with just 8 players after grueling 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss. My name is Andre from the Matchball Grid. Super stoked to be here on the Null Signal Games Twitch channel, and I'm joined by 2 friendly voices. Firstly, Cord Gang, how's it going?
Pretty good. Fell asleep on the sofa during round 6 last night, so no idea what happened at the end, but very excited to pick back up here.
We had some great games. No worry, we'll all catch up together. And also, of course, with Rodham. Patrick, how's it going?
I'm very happy to be here, thanks. I went to bed after round 5, I believe, so I know even less.
Yeah, time zones are wild, but we're going to dive into this. In fact, we're going to be starting really soon here. So as you see here, we're looking at 8 top players who made it yesterday into today. The format's going to be a bit different today. This is now double elimination. So it's not too dissimilar to single-sided Swiss, but all players are going to be playing each other until there's only 1 player left standing. Once you've got 2 losses, you are removed from the bracket. And so it's going to be about 6 or 7 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. And then we're going to get to final champion. So looking at, we have a deck list we can show. We have a lot of things. We just want to make sure that we're not missing the games. So we're going to dive really quickly to look at some of the matchups and some of the pairings. What's important to understand how this works is these are the matchups right now. And these, I believe, I'm going to refresh, but these should have been the chosen sides. The top seeds, the top 4 players, the first seed will be playing the 8th seed, the second will be playing the 7th seed, and so on. And the top seed gets their choice in which side of the matchup they want to see. Now, this is open deck list, so players are going to be, they're going to see what their opponent's playing, and they're going to choose the matchup that they're feeling the most confident with. So I'm not sure what table we're going to be diving into too soon, but do you want to take a second and just check some of the deck lists? Is there certain deck lists y'all want to shout out? There's some really interesting things here we can look at.
Yeah, let's just take a little look at the matchups now that sides have been decided.
Yeah, in terms of the sides, so we're going to see on the Corp side, Miramorph, Reality Plus, Doomrat's Op, and Augustus on Ag Infusion. The red side, mind you, when we're talking about the meta, it's mostly Anarch. It's almost entirely Hoshiko and Lu. I think we have 1 Shaper player on Lat, and there is also 1 Essa. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Anarch today. We saw Criminals do really well. We saw HB do really well in a lot of the games we saw on stream yesterday. But in terms of that top conversion, one of those factions is entirely missing, which is pretty dang wild. So in terms of the matchups, again, apologies. I just want to just make sure we're not missing the games really quickly. It looks like the tables are set up. Do we know what table we want to go to? I think maybe Ham's Tuno is the option. Do y'all feel strongly about this? Where we should go?
Yeah, we could do that, or like Augustus Saka is pretty heavy, like 2 very heavy hitters as well. But I mean, everyone's a heavy hitter here.
Yes.
Let's start with our plus, because I don't think I've seen that in action.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to just sit on the table in the background. We can talk about this list. It looks like actually the game is just on. We're going to dive right in. We can talk about the deck list in the background while the game is started. So Ham's here. Come on in. Thank you, Tuno. This is Reality Plus, and this is, if you asked a couple months ago, one of the strongest identities in the format. When the first tag is given, that is 2 credits or draw 2 cards, first time a turn, and Ham's deck has very singular tag punishment in it. We're looking at some meat damage. I'm going to leave the 2 of you to talk through this game. I'm going to throw myself on mute, but good luck, have fun, everyone.
Sure. Thanks, Andre. So we've got a steal already.
That's huge. For
presumably.
tomorrow's headline, obviously just a one-off in the deck. You can do some very nasty stuff with that if you can protect it for a turn. If you can get that scored at the start of a turn, that's potentially going to open up a kill. But Tuno here obviously has seen that there are the end of the lines in this deck list and is hopefully going to be able to prepare accordingly. You can keep those steel skins in hand rather than feeding them to Audrey and just make it much harder to... Well, there's one.
There's one, yeah. So I guess it's almost a while since I've seen end of the line in a deck. So you pretty much need to land 2 of these. So I guess it's going to be a tag storm rather than sort of planning to tag them once with... What do we have here? We've got 1 public trail and 3 oppo. So pretty much you're just trying to land a bunch of tags and then put 2 of these together.
Absolutely, but end of the line, obviously the big difference with that and Scorched Earth is that end of the line removes the tag. So if you want to do double end of the line, that single public trail is not going to be enough there.
Yeah, so similarly with the tomorrow's headline, you would not be able to kill the runner just with tomorrow's headline. So
yeah, I think
double advance here.
Ooh, so do we have a... Let's just check the list. So this is threatening a Bologna, I assume, very ubiquitous agenda in any yellow deck.
Yeah, a couple of NGO fronts, but presumably you'd much rather be pushing a Bologna here. Actually, it's worth noting this was single advance last turn, so it could also be a slow rolled crypto crash.
Oh, very interesting.
Like tap a bit more money.
Yeah. Now I wonder if we see a purge here with these very, very loaded fermenters.
Very tempting. 1 Mavirus in the list, so not too likely to have found it yet, but I think that's maybe what Hams is considering here. Yeah, there we have it. I feel like this is an NGO or it's a crypto that's just waiting for Tuno to have more than 1 credit.
Yeah, I think that was perhaps its read there and maybe why it didn't pop that fermenter in that moment. You'll see. So we have an archives around here.
We have an
And
oracle
Cult's
in
thinking,
the bin.
ooh.
Yeah, sometimes they leave the oracle, that single oracle in the bin and allow you to steal it at an unpleasant moment, but not the case here.
What's the Simbi value for flipping Hoshko? Hoshko, I think, is a much more interesting ID since DreamNet was banned back in September. Because now, like, whether or not you stay flipped is actually dependent on board state rather than just like a default.
Yeah. Okay.
So Revolver come down. That's so it was a crypto crash. You were correct.
Continuing to play around that very nicely just by putting down a bunch of cards. And Hams, I guess, just thinking he had to get on with it, can't go to the late game, so
yeah, absolutely. Tuno not taking the bait.
This is the kind of board where I'm just terrified if I'm the corp, just staring down like these menacing, fermenters building up. A lot of key pieces there already.
Yeah, I mean the double simul chip is huge here. You are a little safer to run now because with the revolvers, you can deal fairly well with the Starlit Knights. The breakpoints are a little awkward for that one, but not taking those tags is huge for tempo. Paying that money up front to break rather than taking and then clearing.
So what have we got for ice here? We've got Starlit Night, we've got 3 ping, a couple of fun houses in there as well, and I think that's just about 2 virtual service agents, which is actually probably one of the most annoying things, isn't it?
It's a horrible card, yes. And let's see. So we are running one Buzzsaw in this mulch list that we're seeing here, but that's 1 in 51. Obviously, you can burn through your decks so quickly in these mulch decks. But Yeah, it's I feel like finding a fractor used to be the most important thing against yellow decks because you'd have ping, you'd have wraparound, but like VSA in a deck where taking the tag instantly refunds the res cost is so very annoying.
It is. And Tuno having a think here, probably a pivotal point in the game. Like, do you go after this? Do you read it as an NGO? Is it another crypto? This is what it's going to
Absolutely.
be considering.
So obviously we can money up very quickly here. We have the 2 simul chips on the board, which you can threaten so much with. Once you have Hookfoot down, then those Botuli and the bin are just instant pressure.
Yeah,
And
so
then
Botuli is going to get you through like ping that can beat Starlit Night is already covered. There's the
there is the
buzzsaw.
Buzzsaw from hand. That's huge. Now we can run a little bit more safely. Wheels obviously gives you a lot of freedom to be able to clear tags after, for example, the big Oppo, which is not currently online until we get to threat 3. And that is a fun house. So it can be broken with Buzzsaw. And we're going to
4
bounce it.
credits either way. No, going through it.
Oh, I apologize. Fire all
Yeah.
broken. Yes.
Paying 4.
Now, Harms is only on 6 credits. Triple ice there. Obviously, you have to sometimes stack ice on the server to really protect against against all the many answers that Mulch has for your ice. But yeah, so far so good for Tuno.
Yeah. So yeah, Starlit Night is dealt with, ping is dealt with, VSA is dealt with here. So I guess you still res a ping, do you? I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, it forces another similar chip pop here. It forces another tag, and there is only 1 click left up this to clear tag. So I don't think, and we have a Crypto Crash steal for 4 points.
Yeah.
That obviously turns on big Oppo here, which is one thing to be considered of. But 4 points, that's 1 Bologna from the win.
It is, yeah, it's looking very rough. And there another fermenter comes down.
Just
So
really
you
keeping
really
that econ up.
you need the Oppo here. Yep. Okay. But this is clearable, and we're not threatening too much here as the corp. Maybe the best case being just a Rashida here.
Wants credit. Very interesting. So you would assume this must be an agenda, otherwise you'd have a double advance here for the NGO. But of course,
You would
bluffing is a
think.
huge part of Netrunner, and
Yeah.
perhaps we're trying to bait a run here.
Yeah, unless it's a devilish double bluff, you would imagine
A
an NGO with
ruse,
double
yeah.
advance. Yeah. I remember playing hams at Worlds in 22 actually, and I did pop a border control on a remote that was an NGO and got him to run it again, which is the sort of thing I get twisted pleasure from playing this as Mari Glacier. But
Sublime.
so yeah, again, it's what, 2 NGOs in the deck, both still available. Because I mean, you can easily get this as the runner if.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if it couldn't.
Yeah, that there's no combination of ice that's gonna stop Tuno from getting in. Nobkiri.
Nocturi coming down, and
Right.
without a virus in archives, this is just so much value here.
It is just calling the bluff, so we'll see what this server 2 is. The crypto would be a full value hit, but it would put the corp down to 0, so I think that's why
Well,
Tuno sort of happy to leave it.
yeah, and the runner will be able to click for 12 at the start of the next turn, which it ain't too bad.
Yeah, you just run all over the centrals. Yeah, it's an NGO, so it was a bluff.
Okay, so a new install on the server. Let's just take another look at the list. 2
Got
beholds and 1
one.
snare in this deck.
Yeah.
Very nasty.
I think the problem is you have no way to really convince the runner here to go after unadvanced stuff. You don't have seamless launch, so you're not threatening. You know, you're threatening at worst an Oracle score, which doesn't really do anything for you here.
Yeah, it could of course be them a virus too, but
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't seem like the worst time to force a pop. And putting down the symbol chip, yeah, just keeping econ up.
You do just sit back for now. You're not being pressured to do anything as the runner.
And I assume we'll start seeing some HQ runs soon, getting that DJ Steve value.
Yeah, and the agenda's got to be starting to build up.
They got to be somewhere.
Think. Yeah.
We have what, 9 agendas in this deck, I would guess.
8 smaller deck. Yeah, so seen 3 of them. But yeah, you've got to think there's at least 1 in hand. Oh, okay. Okay, so that was perhaps a Bologna that was put in there for safekeeping.
So we've seen, how many NGO fronts have we seen? Just 1, I believe, and there are 2 in the deck.
So I think I think if I was Tuno, I would run this. I think you have so much money potentially. You don't even have to spend a click to make the run. You can get past any ice here. So I think you just go and take a look at this.
Funhouse Fire running click 1. There are absolutely enough clicks to be able to play these tags afterwards. There's the ping.
Yeah.
Now, do we have a cleaver in hand that would be able to? Nope, that's going to be an Audrey trash.
Yeah.
But of course, we can simulchip a Botulus from the heap here as the runner to deal with whatever this is now.
Has a program been trashed this turn, or would we have to maybe have to sack something? Maybe the Audrey.
Yeah, I think Audrey may have to go, and then can always be simulchip back with another virus on it, which is nice.
Do you think maybe taking the fermenter first was better, just to like make room for?
I would agree.
Simulchip to be used. Okay, that's not too bad.
So Tuno can break here and still have 5 credits left if this is a Bologna. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Crypto Crash. 6 points now. So even the Oracle Think Tank, which is somewhere in this deck, will win the game now.
Yeah, proper match point, and Ham's going to have to score 2 Bolognas here to win the game. Very tall order, I think, against a runner this well set up.
23 credits is not what you want to see here. Fermenter being small chip back.
Fermenter just ready to go here.
Sickening. So I don't believe there's much of a reason to check this one, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you just leave everything, I think, until it's double advanced. The Oracle serving no purpose for the Corp here. It doesn't get you closer to victory to score it, but it is a liability in Central. So, but yeah, I think you just leave it. You don't need to risk sort of taking tags and then taking more tags to a Behold or a Snare.
No, I agree.
Happily just ignore it.
There's the Cleaver. The full mulch Doom Rig is here now. All we're missing Have an overinstall. Fascinating.
So probably
That's
just a trap, I assume, that was put in there.
Yeah, I'd say so. But as we were saying, there's very little reason to. Yeah. And we have an HQ run, so anything in HQ could be it now. 4 agendas left. Carrying mushing. Oh!
There.
Pushing Audrey, Botulus, and mushing. Okay. I don't think these
Okay.
are the
Not the end
worst
of the
trashes
world.
here.
No. Just drawing up and taking the tag. Yeah.
Wisely not running last click because those beholds could be an issue there.
Absolutely. Probably look to take that fermenter next turn, I'd imagine. Take 12 credits before it potentially gets purged.
Yeah, this is some fantastic econ management by the runner here. And now Hams is up to 14 credits. The stack running a little thin, which means if you do float some tags, you're starting to get to a point where steel skins won't necessarily save you.
Yeah.
But with that overdrawing, you have to think that R&D is going to be starting to look fairly ripe now. And of course, there is a conduit which can potentially close the game out.
Conduit. Very nice. Yeah, just gonna have a look in here after the sort of draws from the Spindo and the like. Could very well be something in here. End of the line. Yeah, I guess that actually just occurred to me. The only thing we haven't seen is an imp so far.
Yes. Imp normally a very essential early part of the rig here, but with a fairly ice-light deck, the handful of Audrey counters that we have seen have been enough to create that pressure so far.
Yeah, and taking that big juicy fermenter, just putting another one down. Why not?
32 credits and another fermenter, and we see the
There we are.
conduit. Only 12 cards left in R&D now. We'll have a full HQ at the end of the turn, and 4 agendas somewhere to be found.
Yeah.
I assume now that the... Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was going to say I hate to see it and say it, but I don't know what the corp can do here. You've kind of got no margin for error as well as the problem. You can't sort of threaten anything and make the runner come in and spend and then retaliate. You lose if they touch an agenda. If it touches
No,
an
absolutely.
agenda, sorry. So.
And we're not seeing anything like Checkers Scion here, for example, that can that means advanced cards can be bait. If this is an NGO, I don't think it sets the runner back too much here. I imagine I imagine we'll perhaps see Steve run to recur a Simul chip here.
Sounds good. Or conduit. Probably both.
So I don't think there's any way the runner is going to be able to the corp is going to be able to tag the runner or to make oppo tag stick here with 30 credits and yet more to come from Fermenter. This is nasty stuff.
Yeah, I guess you just have to think a little bit about the revolver, assuming you don't just win here. Oh, NGO. Not popped. Is that presumably just a misclick on the part of Hams?
I would imagine so. Oh, okay.
Oh, not using.
So
Okay.
I imagine we're trying to force an oppo here, if it is trash.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it'd be
if
funny.
nothing else,
if it
slow
just
the
left
runner
it.
down. I mean, without
Yep, just leaves
traces,
it.
I don't think there is much of a reason to deny the corp to fear the corp having more money here.
No, not really. And I guess the reasoning is if the corp kind of clearly wants you to trash it, then let's not trash it. Gonna go back here for simul chip, I would assume, and then it's nice to have access to the revolver again, potentially get that back.
It has to be, I would guess, perhaps 2 cards in HQ here. Oppo access, okay.
Oppo, yeah, probably.
Sure gamble, yet more money.
I was just thinking that's what Tuno didn't have enough of, so good to be back above 30.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else one could need here apart from perhaps an imp just to make those conduit runs even more devastating. But
Mm,
yeah,
yeah.
runner doesn't have much of a need to be particularly proactive here. We've seen both NGOs, so anything else that could get advanced is an agenda, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
So are we just in?
Yeah, just thinking, but yeah, I don't know what the out could possibly be.
Listen, the one concern here is how many labor rights are we running? 3. Okay. So my one concern was getting locked out after a re-ice Anima virus pop with Anima virus and archives and denying just being able to put more viruses on Audrey with Knobcurie, but with 3 labor rights allowing you to recur your simul chips, that really isn't going to matter too much, I think.
Yeah, and you can also run HQ just to get a simul chip back. Just checking archives, just seeing what's happening in there.
It's wise.
So the snare got put back in at some point. One behold in there. Oh,
We have Augustina. This is a
Augustina.
late addition. I've seen some rumblings in QTM for a little while now of, is Augustina worth it in Mulch? And it's finally time that people are taking it for a spin, and suppose we'll see what happens here. I have very little reason for the runners to needs to be proactive here.
This is it. Yeah. Just sit there and wait.
And with 9 cards left in R&D, there is such a high density of agendas.
Yeah, so you can't advance anything there because you give away that it's an agenda. I mean, you kind of need to find the third spin doctor and put the NGOs back almost, don't you? Just for like some ambiguity.
Yeah, very much so. Snare taking out the 3rd labor rights could, of course, be an issue, and a behold access. Ooh,
The hold. All
yeah,
right.
running first click, I think, means this is not too much of an issue.
Thinking about the trash, yeah. Decides to leave it. Fair enough.
We just have the infinite econ here.
And we have our first sabotage.
Lovely. And it's from the top of R&D. So, of course, could it be the winning agenda? Could it be Spin Doctor, for example? I think either would be quite devastating for Hams right now.
Yeah.
This is not a position you want to ever find yourself in as this corp.
No. Very, very tough. I mean, because the ice is so porous. Generally, you're trying to use speed and tempo and the threat of oppos and things like that to deter the runner and stop them coming in and stealing agendas. But that's usually more in the early to mid game. Here, it's that sort of threat is well past, so it is difficult to see how you would even score one more agenda. Going wide though.
Very interesting. So I'd assume. I still don't think there's too much that needs to be respected here.
No, you could leave both of these if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, one, the virus at large. We can see another sabotage now. Under 5 cards left in R&D. Could we be seeing a mill win here?
It's the Simul chip. Yeah. Not gonna go for anything special. Just yeah. What is there left even? A spin doctor. There's one repeater, and I suppose the snare.
I truly do not see a way out here, and that's something I rarely say in Netrunner. This is, I think, just a beautiful example of what Mulch can do with a skilled enough pilot and the right circumstances. This is
Absolutely
very strong.
Very professionally played. Not taking any unnecessary risks.
Not overreaching in any way. Only 4 cards left.
Because I guess, like, theoretically, if you run and hit a snare and go down to 1 card, and then the other card is a spin doctor and puts it back in, you've like given yourself a lost con, kind of. But just no need
Absolutely.
to delve into that at all.
There's no fast advance here. There's all of the non-Bologna agendas, sans the single Oracle Think Tank, have been stolen. So I feel like I'm repeating myself, but just I'm baffled as to how the Corp can possibly get out of this one.
There it is. Double advance.
Well, that's
There we go. You can just walk in and pick up Bologna. Got access to the revolver if you get purged.
But I'm thinking here, with the 2 Simul chips, so Tuno has not started its turn yet. It can mill 1 card here with Augustina. Corp will go down to 2 cards on the turn that ostensibly scores the Bologna. With the Simul chips, another card can be milled on the Corp's next turn. And I believe there's 1 labor rights at large. Yeah, I think a mill win is the way to go. 2 NGOs in the bin. Okay. So
you can either do that or just run server 2.
Yes.
If it's an NGO, it's still a game lost. Yeah. So you can win normally or by decking the Corp or by a game loss.
Dealer's choice. I'm sure that for a few turns here, Hams will have been thinking that they are happy to, or that they are prepared to take this loss and move on to the next one. So I think we're going to see that play out here. And that is going to the game. No B1001 to turn those tags into and the run, as far as I'm aware. Has the revolver. And there's the
There it is.
Bologna. And it just about had enough credits to steal it.
GG. Very well played.
Very compelling. That is perhaps the richest I've ever seen this kind of mulch deck. Incredibly skilled piloting. And as it's saying here, a good draw doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, it's usually a bit poorer than that, but so many fermenters played.
Absolutely. So that looks like it's the last game of the round as well.
Okay.
That, in fact, should be the last game of the round. And so we can actually talk about some results because we have everything here. So we got reports in chat that Augustus did take that Egg Infusion game against our two-time world champion, against Saka. I believe it was a flat line on a desperation run into a Fuji. That's really exciting. Doomrat's going to take the op game against Man of the Moon, and Wiki's going to take the host game against Alpie. So again, this is double elimination. None of the players that you see here, this is not their end of their Circuit Breaker Invitational run. They're just going to go to the lower bracket, and they keep playing until they make their way back up to the top of the bracket, the last player left in the lower brackets. That was an exciting game. That was an absolute clinic with economy and just saying, I'm going to respect the threats because I have open deck lists. That's way tougher to play that matchup at open deck list, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. End of the line, not super popular in R plus at the moment. We're seeing like a lot of more horizontal R plus decks. And so I'm sure it caught a lot of people by surprise in Swiss. And that element is just completely taken away in the cut. So you really have to adapt your game plan, I think.
Yeah, it's a different, a huge difference with open deck list there for sure. On that note, it looks like we're going to be starting round 2 really, really quickly. We're just going to throw it to a very quick break. I think we're going to be rolling just immediately, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round 2. See you in a bit. Welcome back. We're just about to start round 2. Again, things are moving at quite a speed. If I'm not mistaken here, I have a physical bracket we can all look at. That should be this button here, and this should be our physical bracket. So as you see how this works, now we have players. Half the players are in the lower brackets. They will be playing against each other until there's only one person left. Now, all the players in the lower brackets, they're on their final life. This is where things get really tense. Also, from this point on, the matchup will be decided by what you've played less. So anybody who's played runner in the first side will now be playing corp on the second side on round 2. And we're going to be going right into round 2 here. Again, later on in the tournament, if you've played the same amount of sides against the players who played the same amount of sides, at that point, it will be decided by a coin flip from the tournament organizers. But we should have a good idea who we're playing into. And these are the matchups. Again, just off the top, my name is Andre. I'm joined by Cord Gang and Rotom. Rotom and Cord Gang, what matchup do we want to run into right now?
I think we're going to be looking at table 6, so that's either Alpie or Alpie. We'll have to do a check on that, versus Hams. We have Miramorph versus Essa, which is the real kind of outliers looking at the breakdown of IDs in this cut otherwise.
We were talking about how the meta just last week, we saw so much HP in the top cut. We were seeing so much precision design do so well, even over the couple first rounds we streamed yesterday. And so far, the only HP left in the top cut, the only HP in the top cut was this Miramorph. Can you talk really quickly about this Miramorph list? Because people are excited to see some of those assets, things like Nano Etch and Calvin Bailey. And this list, I think we saw on stream, and it kind of looked very precision designy with like 2 MC austerities and some, I would say, tempo or some value-based operations to help you get that Miramorph ability. What do you think is going to happen here?
That's a very good question.
Yeah. It's looking a bit more glacial, isn't it? It's got like 8 agendas. It's got 4 3-pointers.
The agenda suite is
it's got
fascinating.
Yeah. It's got a big ice suite, hasn't it? It's got 3 Brand, 3 MIC, 1 Ansel.
Yeah, I think it's more on the Glacier side. I don't think we saw like massive proliferation of ice when we saw, again, apologies if it's Alpie or AI Pi, we'll figure it out quite soon. But we saw him set up just like a big scoring remote server and kind of pushed behind that. But we do have good defensive upgrades. There's a lot of influence, 8 influence spent on Anoetic Void. Of course, we have 2 Managarm Skunkworks and some Tranquility home grids to really push yourself forward when you're installing things, hopefully with an operation like red level clearance or greasing the palm. Could be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think greasing the palm really kind of sort of tipped the balance where HB has a lot of good value operations to choose from here. And both players taking a mulligan, just as an aside. So Miramorph does make sense if you're going to be just doing the stuff you want to be doing anyway without really any asides, with greasing the palm, with red level clearance, with subliminal messaging just for that grip. So that's going to be triggering that ability with just installs and advances, I think. We don't have all of those classic assets, like you were saying, the nano etching, the Calvin, but I think we're just going to be seeing good stuff HB for the most part. And I'm very fascinated about how the matchup into Essa is going to be. Essa can lead to some very swingy games depending on those sabotages. And so, yeah, extremely curious.
Would you all be able to explain the Essa game plan? Mind you, I think we saw a lot of really fun Essa lists across worlds. Essa was played very competitively in the top cut. This list, I think, is slightly different. We have it up on screen right now, but we're not seeing one of the recently unbanned cards, Lamb, which was a natural inclusion into a lot of the Essa lists. Here, we're spending all our influence on just kind of good tempo, good value cards. That's 3 Bravados for 9 influence, and we're rounding that up with a pretty consistent card draw of Dr. Nuka.
Yeah, this seems to be a little stronger on the econ side than a lot of the Essa decks that I've seen recently, at least the Essa decks that I'm playing. We have Botulus, which is going to lead to maybe slightly earlier pressure than the kind of Vegemite Lamb decks, which build towards a specific end game that lets you break any ice for 3 credits. This is... yeah, we have a Numb, which is a very interesting choice of breaker. I'm fascinated. I've not seen this deck in action yet. More econ implies that it perhaps has stronger game into assets decks than some of the Essa decks that I've seen and played. 2 Katoga breakouts recur, I assume, those high impact events. And
I think a big Hush
as well, which... oh, apologies.
I was just going to say, so we're off in the match. We're back onto the game, but it looks like we're going to have a really quick start with Finality up on R&D.
Wow.
Have fun, y'all.
Here we go. Oh,
an Echo Steal. I'm never generally a fan of early finality. I think generally in ESSA you want to be able to get your hardware up and running first. There's sort of a natural order to ESSA, and you really want to be using finality to close out once R&D's denser. Just a border control here. Knowledge is power. But like sometimes you play finality turn 1 and you steal an Ikawa and you're pretty happy about it.
Worth noting that Behemoth went into the bins, so there are 2 Katorga breakouts to recur it, and of course you've got Botulus to deal with barriers, but might be a while before you can efficiently break Bran.
Indeed, that is true. For red level, just again, so much of that operation value that we were talking about earlier. Doing what HB's always wanted to do, which is install good stuff, make money doing it, and then score some agendas.
Yeah, I never. I tried Mirror Morph a little bit around when it came out. I always found the mini game quite difficult to get my head around, and I thought I'm in danger of spending more time like thinking about the mini games than thinking about just what is good for me to do. So I tend to gravitate towards slightly easier IDs to play, like sports or PD. But interested
Yeah,
to see what this deck does.
I'm in the same boat. I do tend to get my head pretty scrambled once Mirror Morph is doing Mirror Morph stuff against me, though. Shout out to Mondi from QTM, who has just completely fried me with some Mirror Morph play before. So, Nuka and money, yep, there's not too much of a rush threat to respect yet, so that seems pretty wise from Hamsit.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no seamless in this deck either, so it is very much just going to be scoring in a way that's fairly obvious, but saying that the runner can't do anything about it.
Oh, wow. Of course, this MCA is giving you a bit of a fast advance threat.
Indeed. We've
With
got Light the
only
Fire in the bin.
The agenda breakdown is also, sorry, I've tapped away from the game for one moment, so if anything happens, please yell.
Sure.
But we have slightly different agenda breakdown as well. So PD, you're generally running 2 Ikawas and then lots of 2-point agendas. Here we have 3 Ikawas and 1 send a message. That is,
Yeah.
again, very
Send
interesting.
a message. Yeah, send a message makes a fair bit of sense when you're playing 7 sort of big pieces of ice. I wonder if just actually playing 3 of them was considered, but I guess ultimately they decided Ikawa is just more powerful, especially combined with MIC.
I mean, not choices I would make, but I didn't even qualify for CPI, let alone make the cut, so these players know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's a grindier sort of agenda suite. You're not making the sort of instant money that you would from things like off-worlds or maybe architect deployment tests. It's very much sort of settle in and do it slowly and only score when you're happy that you can.
Yeah, makes total sense. And we saw Steelskin trashed from a Ghost Tongue there, which is just lovely acceleration, combined with the extra draw from Essa.
You hate to see it as the corp.
Turning Strike Fund into Sure Gambles now, and turning Sure Gambles into Sure Gambles +1.
Turning them
into
whatever it
Lucky
is that gets you
Lucky Find without the net 5, yeah. Who knows? Regardless.
See an advance there.
Looks like we
do have a couple of NGOs. Could be Vitruvius. Actually, a Vitruvius with a counter on it would be very nice in this matchup.
Absolutely. Recurring back, presumably some agendas or some very important combo pieces that are sabotaged is going to do a lot. We do have Tilda Breakout here.
So what are we getting?
I haven't seen quite a few cards have been... Okay, nothing in Archives. I had noticed a handful of cards had been crashed from the top of R&D. And 2 more from the top of R&D, so that's, I'd assume, implying that these cards in HQ are rather important.
Yeah, either agendas or I'm trying to think what else. I guess if you had Spindo in hand, you wouldn't want to sacrifice that.
Yeah, a lot of these ESA decks I've seen run a single legwork to really follow up on that sabotage pressure once the agendas are very dense in HQ. We're not seeing any legwork here. I think the only multi-access that I can see running down this list is the 2 finalities. But I think it's just going to be the attrition here.
Yeah, just Katushka for HQ pressure. I'm just giving it a think. Yeah, so Light the Fire would, in some matches here, potentially be good for getting around Skunk Void, but of course we see it in the bin here, and Alpie, very wisely, I think, putting the border control on the remote.
Yeah,
it cuts
Hush
off.
and Light the Fire both in the heap here, so you really need both to be able to threaten with that. And
Yeah,
also interesting, no labor rights in this deck.
yeah, it's just 2 Katorgas, isn't it? And one of them has been played, so yeah, you're not going to get the Hush and Light the Fire combo together in this game. But I think he's just going to have to go for centrals. I feel like this remote, assuming it is indeed Skunk Void, is looking like it's going to be very difficult to do much about it.
So running hot here, one of those power turns that sometimes the Corp just cannot prepare for against ESA. 2 more cards yet again trashed from R&D. We're seeing a lot of R&D mills, and that's, I feel like AI Pi or Alpie, again, we're going to find out, is pushing his luck somewhat here.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually sitting, that's a nasty remote, no way in. Yeah, I think it has to be. Apologies if you can hear my dog. I think centrals have to be the way to go here because we're approaching clown car territory.
Very much so. We have both the finalities are in the bin as well, so we might see the remaining Katorga go towards getting one of those back just for a finishing move. Gonna make the Corp prove this remote though first, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, do we have any sentries that need to be
Well,
feared?
Ansel and Drafter. So Ansel we could click potentially. Drafter can't be broken currently. Looks like Alpie just going to rely on the presumed Skunk Void here, though. Yeah.
Both res.
I guess part of the reason for keeping the cards in hand was so that you can safely pitch them to Void.
I don't think this is one of those circumstances where you pay all your credits, but there are clicks remaining.
Yeah,
And I think that's probably why we saw it running hot. And
yeah.
Void used.
Nice. Oh, Vitruvius and an Ikawa.
Oh,
So that's
so if this
may be a Vitruvius being scored to save the Ikawa potentially, but that's very, very
it is, that is clutch.
nice. Yeah.
One more
Draws a
click.
new card in server 1.
One more click and Hams wins there.
So do you think they were probably both sabotaged from before? So if Hams had run archives rather than running the remote, might just have won immediately.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't imagine they would have been binned to the void. So, wow.
Yeah. It's a very hard position for AI Pi or Alpie to dig himself out of here. But there is a pretty impregnable remote as well. Only 14 cards left in R&D. I don't think that's going to be a mill, but maybe just enough sabotages to really make the agendas pile up where
Yeah.
it counts.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder what this ice was on the remote that wasn't worth resing before. Maybe it's a Bran. That would be a fairly dead card.
Shishu Eli pointing out in Twitch chat that the Ichor was probably a void pitch, knowing that Hams would not have
Yes.
enough
Sure.
clicks to steal it. I think it would be a
Interesting,
truly galaxy brain play there to play a second running hot before running archives.
Yeah.
But I think you've got to be pretty psychic to make that happen.
It's interesting what it implies about what's in hand, though, if you're pitching Icarus and then using Vitruvius tokens to get them back, because there were 2 cards left in HQ. So maybe just both agendas?
I would be inclined to believe you there.
Yeah,
I would
Alpie on
assume again spending the clicks here.
13 credits, so I can only think that this outer ice is a Bran, because I think that is the only thing that would not be worth resing.
Yeah. 1 credit to break a Bran is
Pretty
pretty
good.
rough. I don't know what term we're on, but that Behemoth got to 7 pretty quickly.
It really
Border
did.
control
Border
trash.
control. All right.
Okay, this makes sense because if border control was not fired then, and the corp clicked through, that's right, and the runner clicked through, you can only void once because they'd have the money to pay the 5 afterwards. However, this corroborates there are 2 agendas in hand theory.
Yeah, because if you're planning to use Void here, you could have used it like the first run after Hams pays through Skunk Work.
Yeah.
So very reluctant to use the Anoetic Void here. So yeah, it may very well just be a hand of, well, 2 agendas. So Hams, I think, maybe considering going back and just paying the money on the
Running archives to force the Echo bounce back to hand and then running HQ would seem like a pretty strong option for me. And going back in.
Yeah. I think just picking up on the same things, maybe just the extreme reluctance to use the Void wants to force Alfie to do it. Phase 5. And there we are. So now I'd be having a look at the bin. No, going again.
No.
Okay.
Relentless.
Reading this as an agenda, and if it is an agenda, Hams will win.
I wonder if we see an attempt to just clear out those upgrades from the server here. What are we reading here? This could be an agenda. This could be an MCA, perhaps. But yeah, this might be the game.
Yeah, it feels like it's pretty important. I mean, if it was an MCA, you might think that Alpie would not bother using the Void on the last click. If we are reading HQ as being flooded.
Some relentless pressure.
Yeah, it may well just be an agenda. Yeah.
We have a res anemone from Chris. Perhaps a spin? The red level clearance counter was just used. Sorry, the Vitruvius counter was just used to add red level back to HQ. Oh, this is for another void trigger. I see.
I presume we're just facilitating void, so this looks like it must be an agenda.
seems risky because then there is a
Yeah.
Project Ikawa, an Ikawa project in
Yes.
Archives.
Yeah, that's why I think it just has to be an agenda in server 1. You wouldn't take this kind of risk for, for anything other than an agenda, I don't think.
Yeah.
And I think Ham's seeing it the same way. Can't play running hot here because it will
That
kill you.
would kill you. I wonder if your opponent would allow a take back if you played running hot here.
I think there's only 2 spins in this deck. So one of them's been used, and Ham's just going to have a look. Maybe, yes, there's a stealable agenda straight away. Yep, the hand was loaded.
Wow.
Yeah.
Relentless Asher pressure and a turn 8 win. So
Very nice.
wow. So
keep
Hams,
you
I think,
honest. Yeah.
Hams, I think, knowing that Bell have been wrong there and just wanting to, force AFI knowing his Bell have been wrong there and just forcing Hams to work for it. And it was a Bran, you were correct.
Yeah,
On
Bran. It's the only thing that made sense. Yeah.
So we see our first elimination there, but hell of a run from the player whose name we have not yet learned how to pronounce correctly.
I believe chat has confirmed it as Alpie or Alpie.
Alpie, thank
Okay.
you ever so much.
We did okay. We did all right.
Yeah, well played. That means that we're at a point now that all we have left is Anarchs, and that's our only HB gone too. So the diversity gets a bit smaller here, but let us see if there's other games that we can jump into right now before the end of the round. It looks like 3 or 2 other tables are up. Is there a certain table you want to jump into? It looks like
Soccer Man in the Moon is
let's do it.
Some pretty heavy hitters there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Saka's on the corpse side, so this will probably have a lot more of a game to watch. With that, good luck, Apaniel.
Thanks very much.
And here we are. We have 3-0 for Man in the Moon. No money, which is not uncommon, I guess, for Malt Blue.
I don't think it's entirely what you want to see, and that Tranquilizer has been burned on an F2P, which considering all of the other extremely expensive ice you're going to be running in Asmari, is an unfortunate hit, I think.
Yeah, so I guess the plan from Saka here is to, force the Audrey to use its last virus, and then this ice is going to keep Man in the Moon out, which it does at the toll booth. And a Rashida. Very nice. Kind of interested in how this Glacier Asmari does against the Lu deck. My assumption is that Saka thinks it does quite well, otherwise he wouldn't be bringing it to this tournament.
Just
but it's not a matchup I've ever seen.
Sorry, just for context, y'all, because I know that you were probably not awake at this time, but this matchup is actually the same matchup that was the win it into the cut. It was our 8th round yesterday, and it went to the time limit, and we saw Man in the Moon be so aggressive as you need to be with Audrey and Nobkuri to force accesses. He tranquilizers 16 credits worth of toll booths, but this is a matchup that Saka last played basically 2 rounds ago and lost on time 6-2, I believe it was 3. So this is actually a really interesting matchup because both players have done down this path before, and Saka understands he has to play at speed.
Wow, and that would have been Saka's only loss in the cut as well, because
That's
I believe
correct.
Saka conceded to Wikinometry in round 7.
Yeah, so this is gonna be fascinating.
So, wow.
He's got a bit of time
He picked
left.
a good one.
He's got about 22 minutes. But maybe still going to have to try and get that echo chamber and just win 4-3. I don't know. FTP.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen people deriding Asmari Glacier as a win on time deck, and will be very curious to see whether that is how this pans out.
I've played it a fair bit. I play PD more often, but I've played this at various points. It's not entirely a win on time deck. I think it's a lot less complicated than like more mechanically difficult decks like Ob, for example. So I think you can you can sort of get used to playing it fairly quickly as the corp. Sometimes the runner has to think a fair bit though, because you're not really offering up very many easy runs or profitable runs. You can, you hit situations where every server looks horrible to run.
Absolutely. And we have an early labor rights here, which does hit the strike fund. Just recurring those symbol chips, which, as we've established, you can do so much with these Anarch decks at the moment. With regards to what you were saying, like, I think especially as you go deep into tournaments, it's good to have decks that have a linear game plan. And we have seen in the past Saka being very good with sort of slightly simpler decks, especially on the runner side, more kind of reg Anarch than decks with all the bells and whistles, and just relying on just playing cleanly. And we have double
Yeah.
install here, which I suppose has to be an NGO unless we're going for a wild ruse in the top cut of the circuit breaker. Man of the Moon does only have 2 credits.
Not a bad poker player, but this would be incredible. And there's an imp anyway, so you can
That
imp
is very
any
true.
Bellonas that you come across. So what's in this server 1 then? Let's have a reminder what the upgrades are in this deck. Probably Mavirus. There's 2 Mavirus in this list, very importantly. But that's the only upgrade, I believe.
Okay.
So
So that's one mystery solved.
We know for a fact there's at least 1 Mavirus in here. And then apart from that, maybe just an agenda, just waiting for the best moment to start advancing it.
The Twitch chat here launching a campaign which is seemingly spam this spoon emoji to help Man in the Moon. So, of course, as an impartial commentator, I have no cutlery whatsoever on my person. So we're just going to see how this one plays out.
Absolutely. Could have no comment whatsoever. This is a lower bracket game, though, isn't it? So this is
Yes.
fighting for their lives in the tournament.
One of these very good and very decorated players is going to be saying goodbye here.
My guess is this is an agenda sat in server 1, and he wants to make sure he has enough money to potentially defend everywhere before, and there we see a double advance. Just like you don't want to score at the expense of allowing the runner into R&D and getting the engine going. Offering actions here, just a little joke, presumably.
Oh, there's a symbol chip on the board. We could.
But there's no fast advance.
No, I think. What's going on here? So Man in the Moon has not started his turn yet, so I would assume this is going to be perhaps popping symbol chip to get an Audrey counter, but then I don't think that would necessarily.
There's no fermenter.
Have to
Oh, there
take
is a fermenter.
place.
Yeah, there is a fermenter. I guess if you're getting a fermenter, you would do it now.
Yeah. Let's make it with cookbook on the board. That's immediate econ.
Oh, shifting the
And nope,
tranquilizer.
it's tranquilizer.
Saka wants to wait. Right, yeah. So there is a Mavirus.
Yeah, of
option.
course. The little conversational mini game you have to play with Netrunner, where you the thing with Netrunner is to successfully bait clots, the optimal action, the optimal line is to ask for an action every time you install a card for the entirety of Netrunner. But of course, we're not no one does that because that would be ridiculous. Regardless, I don't think we're seeing any fast advance in this deck. This is pure Glacier.
Absolutely. So now, is he? Yes, he is going to do this. Wants to keep that toll booth around. Assume now, just going to see Oh no, what am I talking about? Okay, his man in the moon's turn. We're not going to see a score yet. Although it does seem unlikely that he can get into server 1 this turn.
Yeah, you can see a lot of plays out of nowhere in these virus decks, but I would be rather surprised. In fact, I would gamble good money on the fact that Man in the Moon does not get into server 1 this turn. And we're about to find out if I know anything about Netrunner.
The draw, that's promising. That's promising for your money, I think.
Hmm.
Ooh,
She's saying,
right.
imagine asking the corp to undo there and then not popping the virus.
I was just thinking about it. I don't have to
It's
do
all
it.
about the mind games. And it looks like I'm
Yeah.
rich. And Man in the Moon is about to be rich too.
Yeah, quite quickly. So, what does Saka want to do? Is he just going to score something? Yep. There's a send a message and there's a Hydra. Love it.
That's not bad value for a turn. 3 points and a Hydra.
It's not the worst.
There's one symbol chip in the heap currently, so I imagine you'll want to be getting that Tranquilizer onto the Hydra as quickly as possible here.
Yes. Still got to wait for the toll move to go down first. I wonder if he's going to take 6 credits off at least one of these fermenters, because if Soccer finds the other virus or has it already, he will probably use it when Man in the Moon's next turn starts and purge away, 4 on each of these.
Yeah, well, Soccer has seen over half of his deck, so it doesn't seem unlikely. I think
Yeah,
you can't risk a purge. Even a hard purge here, I don't think is awful. And then
yeah,
just clicking for a credit, ditching a solidarity badge, that's not going to see as much use as some of these more horizontal decks, or even decks where
yeah.
you can just make runs and dig into centrals more easily and use imp to crash, ice or anything.
Also has one down already. There's a quest. Okay, Soccer never in a rush, never panicking, just overwriting a toll booth. No big deal.
Just slow rolling it. We're at 3-3 here. And I know we have ample time to go, but if this is a draw, I believe Man in the Moon progresses, as Soccer was 8th in Swiss. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. I'm pretty sure I remember Soccer being 8th. So, yeah. Still, the echo chamber is a nice, just a nice way to break that
Or just
tie.
to squeak over that line, yes.
Yeah.
It's a lovely include.
Have a look at Man in the Moon's list. Just trying to see if he's running any pinhole threadings. Looks like not. So that typically would be a very good way of dealing with that, but it's not present in this deck. 12 minutes.
I'm just going to check how much time is left on the round.
12 minutes according to Soccer.
12 minutes, okay. Ah, right, that... I hadn't seen... Yeah, serendipitous, though.
So not
Great
too
minds
much
think alike.
time for this daily
know,
quest. Sorry, go on.
no, I was just going to joke that I think Soccer and I are probably equal on Netrunner skill. That's why we both had the same thought at the same time.
I think pretty much,
And
yeah. I think it proves it.
hmm,
I mean, this remote looks pretty good to push something out of. Obviously, we don't know what the outer ice is, but anything that involves a Hydra and a border control is difficult to get into for a runner when you don't have any breakers going right now.
yeah, I think it's going to be very hard to deny that daily quest money. 10 minutes left in the round.
So if the quest puts him up to 15 at the start of his next turn, he could push an agenda and still have enough money to res a Hydra. Say Hydra is the outer ice. Can't be planning on letting this thing sit for too long with 10 minutes in the round.
Yeah, as you said, with that echo chamber thread, I think Man in the Moon probably will be looking to get one more agenda here. I mean,
Smart.
ideally too. That wins you the game. Fun fact.
It's pretty strong.
You had to hit first. Scoring 7 points is good tech. Saka just clicking for 3.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
You have probably
I mean,
more insight into these as Glacier decks than I do. How would you
I
feel about
mean,
clicking for 3 there?
not thrilled, but yeah, I guess we kind of need to know his hand. I guess, yeah, what I'm interested in is whether does he have an agenda in hand? So is it that he didn't feel confident pushing it? It might just be, again, he wants enough money to be able to res Central Ice while scoring. Doesn't want to sort of leave himself exposed to like a poke on
Yeah,
HQ or some R&D
I'm sure
pressure.
he's done the maths. In a game I was watching yesterday, I saw Soccer crash a piece of ice when installing a piece of ice to save the credit. He was at 34 credits at the time. And now I'm sure that difference between 34 and 33 is what won him the game. He was undefeated up to round 7. So again, he is Soccer and I am not. But I really wanted to pick his brain about that one.
He's a very methodical player. There's
Absolutely.
always a reason behind everything he does. I guess this one of the few matchups I haven't really been looking at what Asmari has been naming, but it's probably just been program a lot, which makes a whole lot of
I
sense.
I did see a hardware named
Oh, a
earlier, which I
hardware,
think is a
yeah.
good call with Nobjuri being
I'm
so
scrolling
essential
up and
to
looking.
this kind of
Yeah,
deck. And Simulchip, of
yeah.
course.
I'm seeing a lot of hardware actually as I'm scrolling up. Oh, and an event. So Soccer actually just really thinking about it each turn and not afraid to change it if it seems best.
That's nice to see. I think it's very easy to default. We see the daily quest trash. This is definitely a score push. Absolutely. Okay. So
Okay, now then.
slightly rough position for Man in the Moon, but we have an Orchard counter, so that can deal with the relevant subroutine on Hydra. Obviously, you have to get in twice of border control. There is a Simul chip. So
Interesting.
I think it really depends on what we can do with Gachapon here. And naming program seems very wise at this juncture.
Absolutely. So first of all, so before the Gashapon, actually
Ooh.
fetching the Tranquilizer.
Now,
Didn't use the Gachapon.
Socket is at 23 credits. I wonder if we're seeing a judge call for potentially for slow play here, or if this is just
Might just be a
synchro
routine
monitoring. Yeah,
join, yeah. I think oh, okay, so we've got some real
leave a boomerang and 2 clicks
breakers
to
here.
go. Surely not. Just hanging out, don't worry about
Just
it.
hanging out. So yeah, it is a
Just
Hydra.
stacking
Yeah.
Hydra.
So
Oof.
that is quite difficult thinking, yeah. So in hindsight, I wonder whether the Tranquilizer was worth it because it's a good long-term play, but it doesn't actually stop him using the Hydra this turn if he wants to.
Yeah, very little time left here. I wonder if this is a bounce. I mean, there is a single NGO in the deck, and that's in archives.
Yes.
So this has gotta be. I think whatever happens, if Man in the Moon finds a way to get in with some inspired Gachaponing here, pulling Gachapon pulls a Botulus. Boomerang means that border control means that Boomerang is gonna become inert. There's so
Yeah.
many variables at play here, but after all of this, you may then still need 5 credits to steal a Bellona, especially with Imp
Yeah.
not being on the table anymore.
it's brutal with so little time, because Man in the Moon really doesn't want time to get called on his turn. He would like another turn after Saka scores to try and snipe
Yeah.
something, so he's kind of time pressured by that as well. My instinct might be that you keep going, you force Saka to res this Hydra going a bit low on money, and then perhaps you just jack out and then try and get an agenda
Hit
the
a
turn
central,
after.
maybe. Yeah. We're going in.
Takes a tag. The problem, okay, it doesn't get rezzed. I was going to say the problem is if the other Hydra was rezzed, you can't afford to let the net damage fire.
No, and I think Sokka's probably accounting for this here. So, yeah.
Water control, yeah.
One click
Oh,
left.
yeah. So actually, you
Gachapon could
can't fetch a Botulus.
potentially proc a Botulus. No, they're all in archives. All in the heap.
Okay,
Apologies.
sure. So is there
and I
any
don't.
solution in the deck for this outer Hydra?
Let's peruse the Google sheet.
There's a what's the Sentry Breaker?
I don't see one here. 2 Audrey, 3 Botulus, Basilica Clot. No.
Okay, so there is no. Yeah, there literally is no solution. In which case, you
Yeah.
should probably just click for a credit and end your turn so that you know you're going to have another.
Yes. Absolutely. I haven't seen how much time is left on this round. Let's take a little look. Three minutes.
3 minutes, okay, so he can afford a little bit, but if he has a way in here, I can't see it. I'm not sure what it would be. So did you say there's 2 Audreys? Yeah, so one's in
There
the
are
bin
2
and one's
Audreys,
in
yes.
play. Yeah,
And
so
with
you
Cookbook,
can't.
you can't, unless that's a Steelskin in hand, which all 3 are also in the heap. Please take an action time is relevant.
Okay, so
Oh, I'm loading the tag here, but I think we're going to see a score. There's no way that Cookbook gets trashed this
yeah.
turn.
So this
Program.
presumably now going to be the last relevant turn for Man in the Moon to find something.
I would imagine so, yes. With 17 credits, there's no free hits really here. 2 Bologna scored, so there's 1 Bologna to send a message, I would assume, left here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Botulus, Simulchip has been put back in. Don't necessarily have immediate access to them though, with only 5 cards left in the deck, although we do see a Simulchip here.
an FGP, I don't think that's the worst thing to see right now.
Although you're tagged, which is a little bit annoying.
Ah, yes. The FGP obviously having that synergy with Hydra.
Gashapon for a Botulus, yep. Makes sense.
There's 1 Simulchip left, which should be able to deal with more or less anything. Now this game could come down to the single access.
Pretty much. Another FTP.
We'll be seeing another Botulus, I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. I was trying to work out how much of a difference the bounce would make at this point.
I think Cookbook potentially could be annoying.
Bologna.
Oh my god! Oh, it's a
Wow.
Bologna! Oh, that could be... So now the onus is
could-
back on Saka to do something with the couple of minutes left.
Saka's
That
going to
is-
need not just 1 more turn. He's going to need at least 2.
That is... So Saka has probably seconds to act here. Install. Could this be the Echo Chamber?
Yeah. That's being represented, yeah. Time in
Time
the
has been
round,
called.
right? Okay.
Reminiscent of the final at Worlds, where Saka had a started the turn with, 2 seconds left on the clock, clicked for 3 to give himself time to get that, I believe it was a clearinghouse kill. This is
Wow. So
really coming down to the wire.
Man in the Moon, you take a turn. Soccer will take a turn. Yeah. So you've got to try and work out if there's a way into here.
This has to be an echo chamber jam. I mean, there's no downside. There's no downside to jamming it, even if it turns out that Man in the Moon can get in. Echo chamber is how much money to trash?
It's 1 to trash or
Ooh.
to use it. And I mean, if it's anything other than an echo chamber, it's kind of posturing from Sokka's point of view. It can't do anything for him. So Man in the Moon has the chance now to have a good old think.
The Galaxy Brain play here is forcing Man in the Moon down to 0 cards in hand by boosting Audrey's strength to deal with Hydra, and then rezzing the virus to kill with the net damage.
Well, I guess, yeah, the other virus is in there.
4 clicks to determine which one of these major heavy hitters is knocked out of Circuit Breaker.
Absolutely.
3
There's no Bellonas.
very compelling games so far.
Yeah, there's no Bellonas, so you can try and just jab Centrals and try and send a message. Don't know if there would be one in HQ.
Yeah, I couldn't begin to try and figure out a turn with this much on the line here.
Yeah, so you've got the boomerang to deal with the lower Hydra. We know it's a Hydra, don't we? I think.
I'm unsure if we've actually seen this res.
I think it got tranquilized down, didn't it?
Yes, because there were 2 Hydras. Yes, you're correct.
So that is dealt with. You can allow one of the subs to fire, like the one that just gives the corp money. So that is dealt with. So it's just, can you find a way to get past this while still having 1 credit to trash the echo chamber? And of course, the additional problem is you can't use Botulus as your way in because there is a virus in server 1. And you also can't use Audrey for the same reason.
Yeah. So we see, are there any symbol chips left here? Are we 2 symbol chips left?
Yeah, so presumably what Man in the Moon is drawing for. This is where my sort of timing windows let me down. If you get Simul Chip and you install a Botulus with 2 counters, is there then a window to purge all the virus?
I don't believe so.
No, I don't think so.
Because it's all uninterrupted paid abilities on the runner side.
Okay, so if you draw Simul Chip, I think you can get in here.
I think you can get in here.
Because you can sack the Audrey or the Botulus easily enough.
Yeah, you can let the corp gain 5 credits.
Yeah, and then you can boomerang the inner ice. So get Steel Skin, Steel Skin, Steel Skin. That was intending to presumably, yeah, that gives you a way to not die additionally as well, because you can pitch it to Audrey. So I think this does it. I think this gets him in unless we've missed something. Because I've played about 2 games of Mulch in my entire life of the Lou deck, so I really would be the worst person to advise on playing it.
I'm not the most mulch-brained of all the cuties, but let's see what happens here. We have the access. We have a virus res.
Oh yeah, it's
Which is gonna
interesting
be
to note if he had got in on 0 cards, he would have died to this virus.
yeah, as I was saying.
Uh, Man in the
Man in
Moon
the
just
Moon, I
checking
assume
the
just
deck list
checking the
for
deck list.
snares.
Yep.
Not a very soccer card, but you never know.
Hmm. I don't believe there's any reason not to breach. Just scrolling through here.
There it is. Echo Chamber.
And that is going to be Saka knocked out of the circuit breaker, coming very, very close to avenging that defeat in the final round. And there's the concession. Yeah,
Oh, very
extremely
good
close
game.
game. That single axis of the Bologna was the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me, and I'm very glad I got to be on commentary for it.
Yeah, very nice. Made all the difference.
Oh, I'm gonna take a breath now.
What a game, y'all. Yeah, I'm watching that blown axis from HQ, and then can you get it for the echo chamber? Well played to both players. That will be the end of the line for Saka. And this is a matchup again, twice in a row. Saka getting knocked out by Man in the Moon, barely making the cut now, but that will be the end of the line. 2 eliminations. That's how double elimination works, but what a game. We have some standings now we can look at here. We should have all of our reports in. So it looks like 2 players will be leaving again. We saw Alpie leave in the first game we saw in that round. So that's the end of HB and end of Shaper in our top cut. Well played, Alpie. And now Saka leaving with Asmari Glacier. And what was Saka's runner? I reckon it's Hosh, right? Big Hosh?
Hoshiko, yeah.
Yeah.
Reg Hoshiko.
So now we're down with only 6 players. The machine chugs on again. We have half the players in the lower bracket still fighting on. On the top bracket, mind you, Augustus Caesar still stands undefeated, dropping Doomrat down to the lower bracket, playing Ag Infusion. Again, we haven't seen much Ag Infusion on stream today or yesterday, but that is the sort of list that he's been playing for a long time. Mind you, just won Italian Nationals a couple months ago. And then Tuno, it knocks down Wiki, playing a very similar, I think exactly card for card, the same deck that Saka is. So Wiki, she's going to be fighting for her life in that bottom bracket as well. But that is the end for round 2. We're going to be flying to round 3 real soon. I believe that is the end of your times on the microphones, both Cord and Rodum. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us. An absolute pleasure to have you all here.
This is the last. Thank you. I'm gonna hop straight over to my TV and watch the last games with everyone else. So yeah,
Absolutely.
see you all around.
Thoroughly enjoyed. Yeah, thanks, Andre. Thoroughly enjoyed doing comms, and enjoy for the rest of the tournament. I'll be watching.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, such a pleasure. We'll be back again. Round 3 is just going to be starting in a minute. We're going to throw to a break, make sure everything is good. We might have a new bracket for you, but don't go anywhere. This is the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational, and we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. We're about to enter our third round today of the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the top cut. From 107 players, we're down to just 6. The 6 you see on the screen here. In terms of what the bracket looks like, this is what we look like right now. Thanks, Jeff, for the quick visual bracket. So there's just 2 players left in the top bracket. We have Augustus versus Tuno. Both of those players haven't lost yet, so no matter what, they'll be continuing on. But we're going to be watching a journey at the lower bracket. I believe we'll be turning the camera to Wiki and Man in the Moon, playing an Op versus Hoshiko matchup, and this is a matchup I'm very excited to see. We'll be looking at the deck list in just a second. Firstly, I need to introduce myself. My name is Andre from the Metball Grid. Super stoked to be here running the stream here on the Null Signal Twitch channel. Again, hype and chat. If you want to subscribe to the channel, hit that notify button. There's some cool Netrunner content on here pretty consistently. But I'm not alone. I'm joined by Neuropanzer. Panzer, it's good to have you back the next day. How you doing?
Doing great. It is a great day of Netrunner. I am looking forward to seeing some games today. How's it been so far today?
Oh, it's been really exciting. Obviously, huge caliber of play. We're seeing a lot of Anarch for sure. We've lost our HP, we've lost our Shaper, so buckle in for some Anarch domination. No. But it's been really exciting.
Wait, we lost the HB?
Yeah, HB and Shaper was on the same, it was the same player, so once, you know, that's gone, it's all gone. But we're going to have a really cool deck here because we're seeing Man in the Moon again. And we saw Man in the Moon a couple times, never saw a full game of this op list. And this op list is really fascinating. I haven't seen a brew just like this. But constantly yesterday, we would tune in while there was only maybe 10 to 20 minutes left in the round. And we would see this op list that had only 2 points in any score area. And yet somehow the game was 30 minutes in. And if we're looking at this list, we have it on the screen. Mind you, you can find links to the deck list. It should be pinned above in the Twitch chat. This is such a strange op list. I would say that this is a bit of a grinder list. Have you ever seen something like this?
I have. It's been a while. It reminds me of old Gagarin lists, of old IG lists. I mean, genotyping, I think the card that really makes me think of IG, obviously. Love getting those cards in the bin. But just being able to shuffle back your threats, being able to say, okay, you answered my ice, you got my urban renewal. Can you do it again? Can you do it again?
Yeah.
Can you do it again? Can you do it again? That's exactly what this list is looking to do.
We just haven't seen it score out a lot of points. I think we've seen only Azyef scored, but there's not a lot of agendas in the list. We're looking at a massive 12 points of 3-pointers. Those are SDSs and send a messages. And the fast advance is probably going to come on top of an Azyef protocol. With 3 copies of Adasti, you can score that out quickly. If you score it out after the same turn an Urban Renewal goes off, that can potentially do up to 6 damage. So for runners not holding their Steel Skin Scarrings, mind you, we're in an Anarch town right now, that can connect to be lethal. We also see some interesting things. Genotyping is a 2-influence recursion card. On top of the Spin Doctors, there's going to be a lot of cards that are going to be just destroyed to the op effects, to things like Triple Anvil, and then they'll go back into the list. So there's going to be this whole, you know, we talk about mulch all the time, but this deck is going to be also mulching itself.
We are off to the races now.
Oh, we're in. Okay, give me 1 second.
Want to
we'll
jump in on the table.
You
haven't missed too much. It is just triple ice to start the game and running into a magnet.
Magnet Res on HQ. So we haven't mentioned really what Fa is playing here. This is just good stuff. Anarch. This is very similar, if I'm not mistaken, to the list that Saka was playing and won Worlds with. So we're seeing some fundamentals influence spent on that. So things like 2 copies of Diesel, if I'm not mistaken, 2 Boomerangs. We also have 4 influence spent on 2 copies of Miss Bones, a really nice way to trash assets. And here on 2 credits, Dirty Laundry into R&D. There's a couple ice that could be resed here. I'm not sure if there's anything in the list that will end the run. Maybe the worst case is a Tithe, I think. This is going to be a long matchup.
That's what I'm seeing, especially with
oh, there you go.
Especially with no programs installed. Yeah.
The ants come marching in. If you want to hit your Dirty Laundry, you're going to also get 2 more credits when the Strike Fund is trashed from hand. This access will be 3 credits and a Hoshiko flip, a very useful access here. Now with the deck finding an Azyef off the top, I was going to say there's 9 points in the agendas that you can't steal on turn 1 because of the SDS drone deployment. But Paladin Puemo coming down, Hoshiko flip, a fantastic start there for Wiki.
Yeah, a little unfortunate on the Paladin Poemu side not to be out before you steal that agenda, because that would be an extra credit, just that tiny little extra efficiency. But still, coming down early, exactly what you want if you're this Hoshiko, because you get to start dripping in that money. You get to start just making value for the entire game. We see the Diesel come out. We see the Sure Gamble come out. Very powerful operations to start the game, getting set up. And this bank card, pretty important card to begin the game with a magnet rest on HQ, I think.
Yeah, Banner is so important. We haven't seen any breakers yet. There are some scary matchups with this. Envelopment, mind you, comes in with 5 net damage subroutines if you land that poorly. So you're going to be a bit clever. You see Banhar being super useful sometimes in the op matchup because you have to play around that Stavka or Stavka Hafren on the outermost. And it's very much worth noting that this deck is entirely Stavka less. So a lot of that sort of fear that op instills on you, this is a different angle of attack. We'll see how Wiki pivots around that.
Yeah, and notably, the Banger install did force an extra ice install on HQ just to try to get rid of that extra value.
So we'll see. Wiki wants to set up here. We saw one Maw hit the bin. This is a big value deck. I don't think we're too much bigger than minimum deck size. So she's definitely going to want to get her breakers down. A lot of the ice in this deck actually isn't too expensive to break once you get your breakers down. It's the things like the anvil that are really annoying, and twinning coming down early with Miss Bones. Now we have 2 targets to charge it and just getting up your inevitability engine. Banhar and HQ, wait, an envelopment, we're 1 credit short of rezzing. So this Tithe is now going to do 2 net damage instead of 1 in, 1 credit. Hitting a steel skin there, gonna draw 2, and a moshing, so this Magda will end the run, but just forcing some ice to be rezzed. There's something worth saying, but sometimes it's like
Tithe doing a very good pup impression right now.
Yes, the 1 for 2 tax is always refreshing for some older players, but sometimes it's like interesting. You want to force the reses. It is worth noting that again, we're playing ops, so sometimes just allowing the corporation to res their ice can be to their advantage. If we want to extract the Tithe, say get 6 credits and a spin doctor, sometimes that's what you need to accelerate your early to mid game. So we'll see here if Wiki can find that. I guess we're just looking for a buzzsaw to send at HQ.
Yeah, notably, there are 3 of those extract in this op list, so that is a very easy play to make at some point throughout the game. But early credits coming down. We have the Miss Bones. Obviously, there aren't any assets out yet, but that will be very relevant as the game goes on. And daily cast ticking early is exactly when you want it. So, honestly, like a pretty solid economic start from this Hoshiko deck, and I imagine just sort of waiting for op to make the first move in some ways.
Hoshiko, I love sort of the fundamentals, and you're going to see Wiki, she's going to do a great job at this. There's a lot of once per turn abilities that she's going to go out of the way to kind of tackle. Firstly, if you can flip Hoshiko in and out every turn, that's generally a good spot to be if you don't have to be really aggressive and draw through your deck. Very specifically, Man of the Moon is going to avoid maybe playing an operation for a bit, just because if you get a card into archives, that does open up that opportunity where you spend a click to gain a card and a credit. But then the other big thing that Wiki is going to be landing every single turn if she can is at least installing a card with Paladin Puemo, because that twinning charge, that's a once per turn ability if you use those Paladin credits, and it's so important to build that threat up. And it's a very unique card that allows you to build up pressure while just setting up. And right now, of course, Wiki is setting up.
And obviously, like, the twinning is one of the key cards in this matchup, I think, because one of the things that happens with a grinder deck like this is the game will go on and on and on. Agendas will start piling up either in HQ or they'll get shuffled back into R&D and they'll start piling up there. So being able to actually sweep a large number of cards from the server of your choice is one of the few ways that you have to reliably close the game out without having to just pray for the top of R&D to have an agenda.
I'm interested to see, again, we talked about there's a lot of big 3-point agendas. There's 1 send a message and 3 SDSs. So that's the sort of thing, if Wiki wants to go for those axes, if she wants to, convert those twinning counters, you're definitely going to want at least a program to trash. Now, the deck definitely has some, redundant programs. I don't think it has any recursion whatsoever. So once you lose something, it's gone. I reckon 2 copies of Leech, that's probably the thing you're most excited of expending. Oh, excuse me, you do have a DJ Fenris, so you can Steve back doubles if that comes to that. But Man of the Moon, now we have a card in archives. We'll see if Wiki does go check that again. If you're clicking for card draw credits, you're more often better just poking into archives there. At least one
and
point
notably, that was an extract on an unrezzed card. So,
oh yeah, right on.
Just getting the money there, valuing that money so much that not even getting the op value.
There you go, the once per turns. We checked archives, we got our flip, we installed the card. You don't really need the echelon here. It does challenge the Tithe for, 2 credits is still a fair bit, but Paladin Puemo coming credits off, moving to the twinning power counter. We're seeing the first bin here, Urban Renewal in the bin, on top of that extract, and Boomerang is going in. You mentioned it. The agendas have to be somewhere. Okay. We are about 12 cards in, so we're going to send it HQ here. With the echelon, if you find an SDS, are you going to sell it off? I think there's a chance you can. This deck doesn't have, I don't think it has that many sentries. I think it's just 2 Tithe, and the Winchesters, mind you, are going to be pretty important.
How much recursion is there here? I don't see a Gatoria breakout.
It's just DJ Steve.
It's just DJ Steve.
Drudge.
Which obviously, if you have your one of echelon, but there are 2 echelons,
Yeah.
so you can in fact Steve back an echelon at some point in the game.
So we see there, we use the twinning for a multi-axis drudge work into Mavirus. So we're going to trash the Mavirus. The drudge work, fascinating. It's not being used. So if Man in the Moon was flooding up, that's probably what he would transition to get rid of those agendas and make some credits. So we'll see here, drudge work now hitting the table. We're going to shuffle back an SDS drone
and
deployment.
immediately getting used.
Yeah, there might have been one
I
in
don't
there
know.
or the top deck.
I don't know. I think it's probably reasonably good to trash judge work because just it immediately gives value for promoting your game plan of never having anything in HQ. I guess seeing 2 of them makes it harder to choose to trash them. They are not cheap to trash. Oh, wait, right, Miss Bones. What am I saying? You get to trash it for free.
Only
of course,
installed,
wait until you have
though,
Miss
right?
Bones value. Yeah, right. So exactly, you have to wait until they go down so you can actually get the Miss Bones value. That's unfortunate that Drudge Work actually got to fire before that Miss Bones value could convert.
Yeah, Miss Bones might consider taking down here again. Who knows if Man in the Moon has another agenda in hand? In fact, we actually know that it's probably he doesn't. But you mentioned controlling agendas in HQ. That's really important for this deck. This deck is on 3 copies of Audacity. So if you can manage holding those 5/3s in hand and just put them in behind R&D that has a bunch of anvils and annoying ice on them, you can start Audacitying and making sure that's only trashing cards, at least not agenda cards.
Yeah.
Daily cast coming in again. We're charging the twinning every turn. We flipped out of Hoshiko. Now Ma's coming down. This drudge work is a bit of a liability.
This drudge work is bad now.
This is going to get you that Hoshiko flip and that disruption from hand. The first time a turn you access a card not in archives, you don't steal it, you don't trash it. You got to roll a die and then trash randomly a card from HQ. You won't see what that card is. You don't reveal it. However, if you're doing a mid-access, things get a bit more interesting. But Wiki's just letting that dredge stay up, saying, well, admittedly, you can use this to shuffle the agenda back from archives. So we're looking more here for disruption for operations or ice or other key pieces.
Yeah, I wonder if we actually see ice go down on the drudge work because it is just so bad to leave this exposed with Maw in play.
15.
So Hoshiko's done a great job of setting up. I mean, we have 2 daily cast ticking, we have a full Miss Bones, we have 3 twinning counters, and there's a Maw in play. This is just it's hard to ask for a better rig than this without actually having all of your programs.
Yeah, 15 cards left in the stack. We're definitely grinding through it. At some point, you know, when Hoshiko runs out of cards, it's a bit awkward to have that as an ID ability. At least Boomerang keeps it relevant. But Man in the Moon definitely needs to figure out how to stop this pressure. Icing up the dredge work is definitely a start. We're going to rip a genotyping there. This forces you to trash 2 and then shuffle 4 back. It does remove itself from the game. This is it used to be a very common Jinteki recursion card, and what I would describe as kind of prison type decks, grinder decks is the term used a lot, where you just use this to put back any of your damage cards, snares, stuff like that, and just prolong the game because while it does take cards out of your deck, putting 4 back gives you a heck of a lot of control.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to see shuffled back here. Okay. Looks like extract and the 3 that we don't know.
Yeah, 3.
Obviously keeping that purge in archives just for free purge value.
Yeah, 3 unscenes. Mind you,
And
dredge
double
work,
ice on server 2. Wow.
you can use dredge work from archives, so we'll see those agendas coming back, and there's the leech. Now, it's not going to have much of value off of archives, but this is the sort of thing you want to sell to the SDS drone deployment. Raindrops now running HQ. This sweetens up that HQ axis. Hoshiko is going to remain on the digital side here. Magnet. We're just going to bounce off of that? We're just bouncing off of that, just getting value off the raindrops. We have no way of dealing with that code gate.
Yeah. Not yet, at least. Drawing 3 cards gives you a better chance of getting to an answer to Magnet, but none have arrived yet.
The answer we're looking for, mind you, is Buzzsaw. It has limited strength. You don't really want to be boosting your Buzzsaw, but it does come in at 3 strength. This deck, there you go, doesn't have a lot of high strength code gates. I believe it maxes out at Anvil, which is on 3. Now, we have a Rhyme. We did see a 4 strength Anvil show up. That can be pretty annoying, but it's just Magnets and Anvils, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Leech obviously great to never have to actually boost Buzzsaw. R&D you have to think is, well, I say that and now there are 3 cards in HQ, so HQ looking a little juicier than it was before.
I wonder how much Wiki has to worry about cards and deck and cards in hand, because at some point Man of the Moon is just going to start Audacing Ozyefs and just kind of grinding, you know, value out of hand. Wiki is basically fully set up here.
Double Leech, wow.
Single axis gives you 2 leech counters. That's worth a lot of money with this breaker suite specifically. Outside, that's a tithe. You can take 2 net damage, or you can break parts of this, whatever you like here. I don't think credits are that precious right now. Just going to go for the fire all. That's 2 net damage. Again, cards are going to matter in this matchup. This deck can grind you out. We'll see how far she goes down that route.
Yeah, notably there are no snares in here. You're not going to suddenly die from running R&D if you take this damage. So
yeah, she's going to...
There is at least that protection.
Border control. You only break it for 1. Forma carry for 1 as well. Whether Man of the Moon is going to use this and fire Op to find a 3-coster. The density of R&D generally in Op decks is higher than most decks because you use Op's ability. It hasn't fired that much this game. Maybe only, I think, once. Not even, actually. So we'll see.
Yeah, Extract was on was on an unres card. So this has basically just been a blank Wayland ID.
Forma carry again. That goes through 1. We're at 3 strength echelon. So see the axis here, whether...
It'd be up to 3 cards here with the twinning.
Man of the Moon might not let this go through. This is an early border control and it makes a really soft R&D, so not a great crack here. You know that she can just run back. Border control. Let's see what 3-coster we get out here. I think Sandstone might be the most immediately taxing. There you go.
Sure enough, it is a Sandstone.
5 strength on the crash.
Sandstone will be, let's see, will be 5 strength. So that's a fair amount of money to break with Cleaver, especially when you don't have any leech counters.
Yeah, this is where, like, you know, the first time you break it, you just break it for 1 net damage, hopefully. Like, Man of the Moon knows that she's definitely going to be coming back on R&D, but the more you draw up here, you're putting some attention on HQ, and with all the 5/3s here, Drudge Work can't put them back. You might want to play around that and understand that, you know, with multi-axis on R&D or HQ, it's kind of hard to figure out where to keep them, but Drudge Work does solve a bit of the HQ problem if you want to.
Yeah. The twinning obviously makes that a little bit awkward because trying to hold on to 5/3s so they're in hand a little harder to get, and then eventually you Drudge Work them back is harder to do when you know that Ochiko can just sweep 3 cards from HQ at any time and still have enough to go deep into R&D.
Now, Wiki, of course, also, she has to keep her hand up. She does end her turn with 1 card in hand. That can just be lethal out of nowhere. There's no fast advance hate here. So Aziev into an Audacity, that's just 2 meat damage. So you do have to make sure that you're balancing your hand at least to those extremes. You don't want to end with 1 card in hand. So that's why we largely didn't see the run back there. You're going to draw up always. And there's no on-axis damage.
It's the old ending with 3 cards against Scorched Earth problem.
Yeah.
the thresholds are different, but the play pattern is the same.
Man, the Moon now drawing up 31 cards. That's a relatively high number for, maybe not for turn 11, but this is not him ripping through his list. Drudge Work in the remote server. This Breaker Suite is not going to struggle against any ice into the deck besides, I think, Envelopment on res. If you got Leech counters, the Echelon paying 3 for the HQ'd Winchesters, and there's 3 in the list. We haven't seen them yet. We're going to extract.
Oh, here's an extract.
We're going to get a 1-coster, an Urban Renewal.
So this will get a 1.
Urban Renewal, there you go on the table.
There we go.
So this is part of a win condition. This forces interaction. You have a couple turns for this to go off. Once it does, you're losing cards, and we only have so many hit points. We have another ice on R&D too. That's going to play around the Banhar crashing into the Sandstone for single damage.
Yeah, and crucially, although Leech does make just about every ice cheap, Leech does not have any counters. So this would require an HQ run, potentially, before Server 2 is, like, guaranteed to be cheap. But then again, Wiki at 32 credits probably not super concerned about whatever Server 2 ice is currently.
Yeah, she could easily swipe HQ here again. It doesn't cost too much. And then pivot Server 2 with 2 Leech counters. That's a good spot to be. It means you can deal with Envelopment.
Yeah.
But you don't really have to bring the Urban Renewal down right now. I think maybe you're concerned.
Right, 3 counters.
Yeah. In a world with Warroy Tracker showing up at instant speed from a virus, that's a bit more interesting. But it looks like here we're going to get a central poke too. We do want to flip Hoshiko if we can. So Echelon breaking Tithe for 2. Magnet will be only 1 more credit here. We'd love to see the DJ Fenris to make this HQ run even sweeter. Axis here. Let's see if she uses the multi-axis. Audacity.
1 additional.
And we maw the Audacity. That's known.
The Audacity does get... Oh, that's huge.
Now she saw 2
This was that
Audacities.
interaction we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
When you're mid-access, you actually get to know that the Audacity got milled. Or got hit to the bin. And that's actually really large because you're less worried about just losing out of nowhere.
So she did see 2 audacities. It's really hard to parse in the chat log. So she got one of them, but the other one's still there.
You're right. There's a second. Never mind.
Yes, but still also on top of that, it's really nice to fire mod to keep just the cards in hand down, because Audacity does require you to have this modicum of cards for it to be a legal target. But now we're charging the remote server here. Again, Banhar is on the server with 2 leech counters and a cleaver. Again, you get through envelopment for 2 to 3 credits if you want that last subroutine to fire or not. Band of the Moon thinking Resing a Rhyme envelopment on 6. So this is going to cost 2 more credits if you want to use the leech. It's going to be 6 strength. We're going to boost into it.
It's worth it.
Definitely worth it. You also now know this remote server is eventually not going to be very taxing. The envelopment does eventually show itself out. The Rhyme, not really doing too much, again, unless you hit those breakpoints on some of these icebreakers, which are not too difficult to capitalize on. And Urban coming down for Miss Bones, that should charge the twinning this turn. We're on 5 counters. Mystic.
Mystic made me down.
How many events do we have left in the deck? I guess this is a plan for DJ Fenders in the future. Card in the remote server, credit, Man of the Moon on 14, Audacity in the hand, and Unknown in server 2. We haven't seen any Spin Doctors, any Rashidas. There's no Rashidas in the list. There's no Rashidas. That's cool.
No Rashidas. What do you know?
Not trying to go fast, this one. It's trying to grind you down. It's trying to play a slow, methodical game.
No, notably, instead of having Rashida for the burst econ, it has Maryland for the steady drip econ. I would not be shocked if this were in Maryland in server 2, honestly.
Yeah, easily could be. Again, that card does just come back. You don't mind extracting it. We're going to see some cards here. Magnet from HQ. We're going to maw a different card. So we know that face down card, if you're paying attention, that should be the Audacity.
That's the Audacity. Yeah. So 0 Audacities currently in HQ. Actually, let me check the list. How many Audacities are there in general? There's 1 more Audacity.
Yeah. So card in server 2 here. There's nothing that you really have to run unless it's an Aziev. Taking 2 damage here, you can get away with it, but you know no agenda really is going to be scored out. I guess there is an above the law, isn't there? So that's probably the worst blowout. That's a pretty brave line, but Spin Doctor going to get cracked before the mandatory draw. So we're going to shuffle back 2 cards here. We're going to bring back an Urban Renewal, and there was a face down. We know that to be the Audacity.
That was the Audacity. Yeah.
So we'll see if Man of the Moon can just grind the game through the Urban Renewals and push Wiki, just force her through their remote server over and over again. That 6 strength element is a bit annoying. It is probably the most expensive ice in the list. However, it is losing subroutines. Just clicking for credits on 15, 2 cards in hand. We know Magnet could be on Archives. Wiki forced to draw, mind you. Hoshiko isn't an optional effect, so she is going to get lower and lower on card total eventually. These boomerangs might just be there, but we're going to boomerang on top of the sandstone. Bonhar's on R&D. We're finding an anvil. This card is so fascinating because its text is going to continue to be relevant for both players for the whole game. If the corporation trashes one of their cards, and it's very easy to see a card like, I don't know, the Rhyme, the Formicary, probably the worst card on this board state. You can go get an Urban Renewal and you can force this to fire, which kind of, eats through the runner's board state. And eventually they just can't run through this over and over again. Envelopment is going down instead. Op will find a forecaster. We'll see a nice border control on the outermost. Again, just holding R&D down. So, taking the net damage there, mind you. We can't break it, which means the subroutines are going to fire. And these are actually Banhar subroutines. It's not the outermost. It's the first you encounter, right? Yeah, so Banhar doesn't care that the border control showed up. Boomerang. Don't get to that sandstone. You could break it for 1, but the boomerang's are already there if you don't want to use your leech counters. And then we're going to pay 3 more credits to get through this again. We're down to 6 hit points.
I actually half wonder if we'll see the border control fire purely to keep the anvil outermost for that exact interaction.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I wonder, you're scared of the twinning.
Only 6 cards left, right?
Yeah.
So
it's that's the thing with the twinning. It's not like old turning wheel. You don't have to commit to using them before they border control and you don't lose the value. But that being said, we have opt already this turn. So using border control and not converting it into a sandstone, there's a real cost here. I don't know which way Man of the Moon's going to lean. I think they're both pretty interesting.
Yeah, I guess the question is, is one op fire getting a 3 better than 2 of the last 6 cards? That's a genuine question that I don't know the answer to.
So we'll see here. This is the standoff, whether you want to pop border control here and just, not get your op value, but it's going to stop Wiki from seeing 3 cards. Man of the Moon clearly pausing to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Continue to run again. This is 3 cards. This could be the game. Border control again.
Sure enough.
Man of the Moon knows what's in his hand. He knows the density on R&D, so he's going to make the better decision there. Whether Wiki wants to send it back again, it's hard to force Anvil to fire over and over again, but it is a good turn to do it because we've already fired op. So if a Man of the Moon wants to rip of his own board state, it's actually going to be a real cost. Oh, she didn't boomerang this. She broke it. That's sick. So the boomerang's still on their sandstone.
Just seeing the border control, you know that you might lose the boomerang, so that's a smart play.
Yeah, that is very heads up. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to lose the boomerang there if you can avoid it. So now with 2 clicks, healthy 6 cards in hand. I think she can consider going back. She can see all of HQ. I think we only know possibly a magnet somewhere. Chance it's on archives. In terms of the magnets themselves, not going to be too hot of a tech card in this matchup. I don't think we have anything that installs on stuff that you can. There's no botchless. There's nothing like that. Man, you want to hush that anvil so bad if you have it.
Not seeing the hush.
Yeah, exactly. So 2 clicks here. She's taking her time to figure out where to put this pressure. It looks like I'm assuming assuming the agendas are left in
like
R&D.
A tough game.
Yeah. Rhyme charging remote server.
Okay, running server 2.
This is big. This is the cheapest maw trigger you can find. This will also retain Hoshiko's digital side, which maybe you don't want to do 15 minutes in the round. This forces Man in the Moon to consider at least audacity out points. There's a Maryland campaign.
It is the Maryland.
Resing it, very notably, the text is only active when it's rezzed, so we are going to go trash that with Miss Bones. It will be shuffled back, so increasing the density, and there's the DJ Fenders we were looking for. So Steve Cambridge, generally the Gmod choice for non-criminals, means that HQ run not only draws you a card, but draws you potentially the best card of your choice.
Yeah, looking at the bin, some notable hits. Obviously, all of the draw cards, not great hits right now, but potentially an emergency break glass get boomerang back if something happens to this current boomerang. Can also get daily cast for some drip econ, sure gamble for some burst econ. There are a lot of good hits currently in the bin.
5th dice on R&D. That's where the agendas are. And Man of the Moon is happy to just hold that down and then maybe Audacity what he top decks. But Wiki here, probably happy just to go for that cheap maw to get that Steve Cambridge. There's a lot of value in this run, and it only costs 3 credits. You can easily get that money back. We'll see if she swipes here. She can see 3 cards. DJ Fenris. We're going to usually see symmetrical choices. It's just gamble into gamble. That's good with the Mystic Miami. That's going to be a 6 credit econ card.
Gamble.
So the axis here, twinning
Finding
maw.
Magnet.
Sorry, Magnet, yeah, Urban. And it looks like we know that we trashed an unknown card. We trashed the Urban.
So it was not an Urban, and it was also not a Magnet. It was the other card that got trashed, and then Urban got trashed afterwards.
So there's one unknown in the bin.
No, this is the Magnet left in HQ.
Exactly. Correct? Yeah, in the bin there's one unknown.
Yeah.
We're going R&D here. With
R&D.
13 credits, there's a border control.
Not a cheap server. Oh, it hits the border control.
Now, Man, the Moon's down to 2 credits. This anvil can carve up that rhyme relatively happily. You're not going to get an op trigger on that 0 cost. If you really want the shuffle, you can go for it. But this anvil now gets so fascinating every time it fires. Here, ideally, you want to get a Winchester on HQ. That's the most taxing ice, but there's no 5-coster that you're excited to trash. There's a chance you'll actually trash the Sandstone to strand that last boomerang. That's actually fascinating because it won't come back. So trashing the rhyme instead with the anvil text. So you can search for a -1. Trust me, you won't find one, but you're allowed to shuffle.
No particular reason to in this board state, so choosing not to.
Sandstone now going to be down at 4 strength, the second virus counter. So you can break that. If the boomerang, if you want to save it to make sure it goes back to your stack so you can draw something with Hoshiko, but we're just going to cleaver it with a leech. Tithe, again, just the pup value on this. As you said, pay 1, they spend 2. Generally, that's a good trade when most of your other ice is getting broken for 1 anyways. Why not? And finally, the Formicary there.
And Formicary.
Pay 1. Do you think you crack a border control here? Man in the Moon's just holding on.
I think you do.
You might have
we saw the commitment to do it last year. Yep, sure enough.
This is why we've been
tuning border control.
We've been seeing so many games where we tune in, 20 minutes into the round and there's only one agenda in someone's score area. And it's because of this. This is a grind. It's going to keep you out. It's going to smash you into the anvil. And eventually the money's going to run out. Sandstone.
Yeah, and actually, so the border control getting a sandstone to make HQ harder to get into seems like a really nice additional benefit there.
Wiki is going back. Again, if you want to fire that anvil, it's going to cost you real board state. Whether she can just sit back and do nothing and click for credits is the other option, but she wants to get those accesses. Again, a single twinning for 3 has a chance of just winning the game on the spot. I believe there's 7 more agendas, and it seemed to be all in R&D.
Yeah. Pretty decent chance of hitting an agenda here if you look for 3, maybe even 2.
We're breaking that for 1 again. We are going to let that break. Sandstone is another credit. Tithe, going to be 2 more again.
Yeah,
giving
Sandstone,
the
Sandstone has
credit.
reached cheap territory.
Can break that for 2, forma carry for 1. So we're going to finally use our twinning on R&D. It's been a couple turns. We've been working towards that.
Yeah, we're seeing the grind. Wiki down to only 3 credits.
Nothing. Send a message whether you want to res that magnet. It's an anvil in archives.
It's an anvil.
So we know the card in hand or the card in archives might be a magnet. Did we see one on an axis on the last turn?
I think we did, if I remember correctly. Okay. I think we knew that there was a magnet in HQ.
Now Leech has been purged here. Wiki is probably in a comfortable spot. Time is coming up. She's up 5 points. And the only line of play Man in the Moon can score points on this board state are Audacities into Aziefs. There's only 2 more in the deck. That means that the most points he can get is largely 4 points without having to spin doctor or genotyping back those Audacities. She can probably just transition to sitting back. Now she is going to be aggressive here.
It's remote lock, right?
Yeah, but there's no remote to lock. But yeah, exactly. Like if you want to fast advance out, you can only get so many points before the time is up. Boomerang into Sandstone.
Right, with one Azief already gone, there's no way to beat the number of points that Wiki has. So
yeah,
all you have to do is not lose. And I think the way that you lose is you let an urban renewal go through. So all you have to do is remote lock, I think.
We're charging HQ here again. The DJ Fenris Steve is going to get something nice here. We'll see if we need to see all these cards. You might as well. You don't really need the twinning counters. Yeah, there's a lot of good options here in the heap. Sure gamble, mind you. If you want to use those mystics, it looks like those are the choices.
True.
Daily cast is also quite fun if you want to play a slightly 1 credit more value for a longer game. Looks like we're going for the gambles.
Yeah, gamble and gamble.
So we can swipe the whole hand here?
I guess gamble's fairly cheap with mystic value. So.
Oh, unfortunately.
I was thinking.
Sorry.
Oh.
I was just going to say, unfortunate order. We hit the magnet and then mod the other card. So the twinning counter actually gets thrown away. Still, that's okay. We know that the only card in hand's a magnet. So we'll see here. Wiki, down to 1 credit. Right? Like potentially Man of the Moon, abstractly scoring window in quotes, but without a remote server, without credits himself, this is quite tricky to play out of. You need cards in hand to Audacity.
And we know it's not really a scoring window because credit, sure gamble, suddenly back up to 9 credits.
Drawing up. This is risky again. You do know if Wiki wants to run 1 server, she's going to be running HQ and she has that twinning. So the more you draw, there's a chance if you don't draw into a drudge work or a spin doctor, that's just going to be an agenda sitting somewhere that you have no way of dealing with the 5/3s here. We have 1 drudge work in the bin, 1 spin doctor out, 1 genotyping out. So there's still a bit of recursion here, but you can easily draw a brick and then just have to hang on. Now,
this seems like a really tough position for Man in the Moon, to be completely honest. There isn't enough board state to try to grind out with urban renewals at the moment. So, okay, well, extract helps.
Nice.
That's a lot of money.
Tithe into Spin Doctor. It looks like Man of the Moon might have drawn an agenda here. Now, he still can't control the agenda if he did. If he draws once here, he has no ability to discard. So this is just going to be, 1 more card in hand. Technically 2 new cards, but doesn't actually put him that far ahead on cards. But the money is definitely what you like there.
Mm-hmm.
So still trying to figure out if he can push into remote server again. He does have to score out 5 points. Who's the higher seed here? I think it's Wiki. I'm not actually sure.
I am not sure either.
I don't know if that's going to be important, but if you want to score to 5, that will be important. So Wiki losing the credit she just clicked for again with Hoshiko being on 1 credit into your turn, but we're going to charge that Spin Doctor that has to be cracked, confirming Wiki is the higher seed. Thank you. So Wiki just has to play control. There can't be more than 5 minutes left in the round here. And Man the Moon doesn't really have a remote-based board state. The grinder is she's holding on, only 5 cards in hand. Is there some world where we can audacity enough Azyafs that we just lose cards from hand? I don't know. It's deep. It's hard. Purge.
There just aren't enough Azyafs is the problem.
Yeah.
There's only 2 left in the deck, and
1 above the law. So that's tricky. Boomerang. We're going back again. We're going to boomerang through that sandstone. You know exactly what's going to cost you for this axis, and there's a lot of drawing over the last couple of turns. This is going to be a twinning for 3. In terms of agendas left in the deck, there's still 6 amongst 24 cards. So we're looking at 1 and 4. That's pretty good odds here. And Man the Moon, if you drew an agenda, it has nowhere to go. Getting her leech counters, looking at her bin.
HQ's got a Man in the Moon.
Double daily cast is the choice. Swipe 3, drudge work.
Twinning, okay, there's a drudge work. Maw Trash is something else.
Magnet's the next card that's been there for most of the game. And then Warroid Tracker. And
Warroid Tracker.
Expensive trash.
It is.
Paying 4.
Oh, choosing to pay 4 to trash it, though. Boomerang shuffles back.
So now, if I'm not mistaken, it's 2 unknowns in archives. Not sure if you really need to check behind an anvil. It is pretty annoying. Very interestingly, too, if you ever checked the anvil, Man of the Moon can trash a Tithe to go get a Spin Doctor. So it's actually quite difficult to check archives if op ability is still online.
Yeah. Plus, it would just be losing so much value from those leech counters when you hit the Avarice. So
yeah,
very, very tough to do.
Now still getting all this once per turn value or start a turn value, excuse me, Paladin, Puemo, Mystic Miami. Eventually Miami will run out of targets. DJ Fenris or DJ Steve has been, paying her addiction there. But daily cast for 2, still just going back in again.
Okay.
This only costs you 4 credits. Can you just make 4 credits worth of value every turn? We are just holding the corporation down. At some point they will draw a brick of 5/3. We do know they have a drudge work. But if they put the drudge work on the table, that's just free maw damage. It's really tricky to play out of the spot. And time must be advancing quickly.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the really nice things about Boomerang in this Hoshiko list is you get to keep drawing the Boomerang, you get to keep installing the Boomerang with Paladin Poemu.
Yeah.
So your twinning never actually has an upper limit. You can keep charging twinning forever.
So see what the choices here. Again, things like Dirty Laundry. You can just play Strike Funds if you want. They're 4 credit econ card. It looks like that might be the choice there with the Mystic Miami. We're going to see 3 again here if we want to. You don't have to access all the cards. Audacity, mod a different card. And it looks like it was only a single access there. Saving the twinning. Playing the Strike Fund.
And Strike Fund, exactly as you were saying. 6 credits or 6 counters still on the twinning.
Just purge every turn. Oof. It looks like he's just waiting until he chop decks an Azyaf. I wonder if that's enough, but if he doesn't build a board state, and once he builds a remote server, right? Like, well, you can't farm Maw or Leech off of it unless you install something. But we're just going to keep hammering back in.
What one play that actually could have potentially happened that turn, Wiki kept the Boomerang in hand. Could have potentially tried to snipe Boomerang with Azyaf, but did not end up happening. Boomerang came down again. So
it's still hard though, right? Because then you can Steve for Boomerangs.
True.
It's so hard to keep Steve out.
Right, but even that's not enough.
Yeah. Access here on HQ. Again, we're going for 2 raindrops. Not so much cards to draw, but it looks like a Dirty Laundry. Otherwise, we can just go for Dirty Laundry. You could get to see Wiki click through her options. Now we might see the multi-axis here.
Fair enough. Dirty Laundry.
C3. There's the Azyaf. That's 7 points.
Oh, and that's the Azyaf. That is GG.
Good game to both players. So Man in the Moon winning 2 games nearly back-to-back against the 2-time world champion is going to be finding the end of his Circuit Breaker Invitational run. Again, huge shout out to Man in the Moon too. Ran a giant tournament just last weekend, about 64 players. If you want to watch that, that's streamed entirely on Axu's YouTube channel. Absolutely fantastic. He's putting so much effort into making organized play work for the community. So shout out to Man in the Moon and a very, very strong showing here at the Circuit Breaker Invitational. But again, congrats to
top
Wiki.
6 at a tournament like this is an incredible showing.
Yes. Yeah, huge. Of course, now Wiki is going to continue on. Again, Wiki, our East Coast national champion, or what's the title? Excuse me if I get it wrong, but continental champion. She took a huge event in, I believe, Philly early this year, kind of her local meta, but absolutely fantastic. I'm not sure if there's other games going on. We're going to go check real quickly if the other tables are still playing out otherwise.
No, looks like that was the last one.
Okay, so we have some results to look at here. This is round 3, so Man in the Moon is going to hit the end of his Circuit Breaker Invitational journey. Otherwise, we saw off screen. We didn't see off screen exactly, but Doomrat versus Hams. It looks like Hams finally taking his second loss. That will be the end of the line for that West Coast player. Doomrat continuing to loo on. And then Tuno versus Augustus. Both players in the upper bracket were undefeated until now. Augustus finally dropping one game. If I'm not mistaken, Augustus was, I want to say, top of Swiss as of yesterday. So that's probably a rare loss for Augustus. But Tuno, it's going to be carrying on. That means, if I'm not mistaken, Tuno's going to be in the finals regardless, and it's just lower finals that we have to sort out. Is that how the bracket works? We're gonna look at the old bracket.
I think we have lower semis next. Is that?
I think so. I'm never confident about this, but it looks like Tuno's in a really good spot here, and we're gonna be sorting out the lower bracket until that point. On that note, what a game. Just an absolute clinic of just grinding into. As soon as I say something maybe wrong about the bracket, you just see everyone typing in Discord about all the judges and the TOs. So I'll be able to catch up in a second. Again, this is not the bracket that has been updated yet. This is the bracket we used going into the last round. But the update bracket we'll have up in a second. Pants, you're going to be back with me in the next round, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think we might have Orbital as well.
Awesome. Make sure you saw this. Perfect. We'll be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We're in the middle of the top cut of the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We have some wild games for you. See you in a bit.
Awesome. I think
Hey y'all, welcome back to 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. I just want to take a second to announce that we actually have a break right now before the next round. So we're going to be throwing up some music and we will be back in about 25 minutes. Mind you, in my time zone right now, it's 7:25. We'll be back at 7:50 Eastern. So we'll be back in just about 25 minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's a 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. See y'all after the break.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Welcome back to round 5 here at the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational Top Cut. We are left with only 4 players. I believe this is called the lower quarterfinals. So there's only going to be one match going on this round, and we're going to be seeing it. It's Wiki versus Doomrat in the lower brackets. Whoever wins this matchup will go on to play against Augustus. In fact, we have a bracket we can show you right here, and then whoever bests that will return to the upper bracket to face off against Tuno, who is currently undefeated. Our round is going to be starting in just a bit. My name, by the way, is Andre from the Metchwall Grid. Super happy to be here to be running the stream on the Twitch TV Null Signal Netrunner, the Null Signal Games Twitch channel. Hype and chat have been having a great weekend again. Shout out to all the people who joined in and played over the weekend, let alone just hanging out and watching. It's an absolute treat. I'm not alone here. I'm joined by Orbital Tangent. Orb, how's it going?
Oh, it's going real good. And like I told you yesterday, I don't got to think twice. I'm ready for that CBI hot spice, and the view is nice.
So these two players, I don't know if they played against each other so far, but we're going to see some deck archetypes that we might be a bit familiar with. We're going to start on Wiki side, and this Corp deck, she's going to be playing Asmari in this matchup. This is what a lot of folks refer to as Asmari Glacier. So Asmari has an ability, you call a type, the card is played to that type, a turn, you get 2 credits, and we have the most absurd agenda suite in the standard format. It's only 44 card deck, which means you only have to play 18 agendas. That boils down to 6 3-pointers. Now, if you do your math and try to get to 7, that's really difficult for the runner. You have to steal half the agendas in the deck. So you need a lot of really good accesses. And we saw this matchup earlier today with specifically this sort of matchup, not these players, but Lu into Asmari. The Lu decks are kind of scraping through and getting those wins as much as sometimes just barely. It's pure Glacier. On Doomrat's side, though, I don't know if we saw Doomrat play this deck, but this is the sort of open imp Lu archetype, the sort of mulch adjacent thing. So Solidarity Badge is going to be really important. We're going to get those imps down, the Knob Korea as well. We're going to try and get as many accesses as we can to push ourselves forward, to make sure we're trashing stuff, drawing cards, and getting those counters on the very important Audrey V2 and AI Breaker. I think things that are notable, Tranquilizer, we saw that do so much work in this matchup. There's some of the most expensive ice in the entire format. Tranquilizer will instant speed D-res at start of turn if you have that cookbook. And mind you, Doomrat's only down to 1 cookbook here. A lot of these Lu decks are on 2. It can be a very important card in the matchup. But if you D-res a Hydra, we saw 16, 20 credits worth of ice being D-resed over the last couple of games. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup, and we'll see how it pairs off. And we are off. Good luck and have fun between both players. It looks like in terms of mulligans, Doomrat left the game, joined the game. Did we take the mulligans? Doomrat kept. And it looks like Wiki is on the mulligan. We're off.
Yeah, I accidentally joined as a participant. I was looking to secretly become the circuit breaker here, so that's a little bit of confusion at the top of the match.
That's one way to sneak it in. Not equivalent exchange off the top. Now, this is huge. Giving your opponent money seems like a bad deal, but 10 credits is a huge breakpoint. It allows you to res big things, and we're going to open up with that imp. Again, always open imp. Imp going to come down. Lu going to get a card and a credit when you're trashing stuff from that open R&D. An attitude adjustment will come down, pushing Doomrat forward. The economy of these Lu decks are very fascinating. They're not playing a lot of the staples, things like Dirty Laundry, Sure Gamble even, Daily Casts. All the economy is actually pretty close to the ground. I believe we're on 2 copies of Fermenter, but generally you're just skating by with the minimum amount of credits that you need. Again, Audrey as a breaker doesn't require credits. So we'll see again. We do have real breakers in the deck. I think what's very interesting, Doomrat has a copy of Noom. Mind you, Noom does break Hydra for 6 credits. That's actually kind of the best you can ask for in a lot of matchups. We'll just see if that one of can be found and you can get the credits up to start contesting. An early Fermenter, though, that's a nice spot to be.
Yeah, absolutely. You really want to build up those fermenter counters to either force the corpse purge or get yourself on a solid footing. While you're waiting for that mulch engine to come online, while you're waiting to recycle those strike funds, which is one of the key points of also having Audrey in the deck and that buffer drive, as once you have the buffer drive up, you can endlessly cycle those.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of that late game buffer drive engine, but there's something really wild there where you can clicklessly, get 4 credits per turn cycle. That's abstractly what it comes down to, as long as you're getting that card draw. But we see ice on both centrals. That's what you really need to do. You need to keep Lu out at all costs, because that imp will push you forward. We'll see if Doomrat is going to respect that Hydra face check. Again, it's generally the worst face check in the matchup. Tollbooth, a bit of a financial damage. F2P, more financial damage. But the Hydra, allowing Asmari to res the Hydra for 5 credits on face check, that sometimes is a really big swing. Now we're not...
Yeah, I wouldn't be...
Go ahead.
I wouldn't be shocked here if we do see Lou sit back and build up a little bit. As you said, that Hydra face jack is really not what you want to see. And even that toll booth, when you're this low on credits, you do have that fermenter as backup, and the poke is nice to get the corp to spend. But oh, we are seeing a poke with a little bit of buildup.
Send a message off the top. We're going to imp that. You don't have to steal it if you don't want to. You can't run archives. There is no more turn left. Now, we saw one attitude adjustment, but that's always a choice. With an ice on R&D, that would be the run res target here. We've seen send a message res exclusively across the whole weekend. I think only Hydras, which maybe you hope the ice on R&D is something like a magnet, a border control, something a bit cheaper. You'd be surprised to see the border control in R&D, but if Wiki has the recursion here, or if she just wants to put something big on the table, she can capitalize on that steal. Doomrat has a solidarity badge. That fermenter ticking up 2. Boomerang, mind you, is only a 1 of in this list. We've seen 2 of in some of the other decks, so that's a very key pressure piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Key thing to note about Doomrat's deck is there is no Mad Dash, so he has to score a solid half of this deck's agendas. So that send a message being in archives is only kind of a downside for him right now. It getting that ice res would be really good for Wiki. So like, just leaving it there, not scooping it up. There's some questions on whether or not you should do that.
So Wiki not resing on R&D, we're returning with that simul chip. So not resing there makes you think that has to be something expensive that she doesn't want to res with the threat of the send a message in the bin. Because if this is a Hydra, paying 10 or paying 0 is a huge difference. I'm not sure what ice that she wouldn't res here. So this has to be something quite costly, and hoping that she'll get that value. Hitting R&D here, we did imp the government subsidy. Solidarity badge been hitting pretty consistently. We'll see. In terms of the recursion cards, of course, 3 spin doctors is pretty standard. We have 2 attitude adjustment, 1 of them accounted for. But that agenda just holding on, just hanging on to archives. And as you said, no Mad Dash. So there's still a lot of work to be done. We're just purging. We might see a simul chip here if you want to smash R&D and get that imp threat.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that this Lou deck can do. These decks, they put a lot of virus threats out on the table, forcing that corp to purge. And really giving you an extra turn to build back up. So there's really an interesting push and pull between decks like this. You don't really want to be wasting a whole turn, but if you have to, you have to.
So there was a message in chat. Doomrat said, oh, that doesn't work the way I wanted. Doomrat wanted to use the simul chip to trash the imp to reinstall that imp, but you're not allowed to fire simul chip if there's not a legal target in the heap already at the time it was fired. So that's the no change in game board state and game state, which sometimes gets you. Daily quest in the remote server. Such an important key economic piece. We still have 3 points hanging on in archives. Doomrat has 1 copy of pinhole threading, and if he can find that and can figure out that he can disrupt that daily quest, that has a huge change in the next couple of turns. The economy in this deck, we've seen government subsidies, hedge funds, daily quests, non-equivalents, and the money goes pretty quickly, especially when a 10 cost ice and 8 cost ice can be de-resed potentially in the mid to late game. With Cookbook now, it's very important to understand that on the corpse turn, you could produce something like a tranquilizer, and at the start of your next turn, it will immediately de-res what ice you put on. And we've seen that pressure, that threat be so strong into this matchup that has some of the most expensive ice in the entire standard format.
It might be behoove Doomrat here to go and scoop those 3 points, as again, you do have to steal half of this deck's points without Mad Dash to win the game. There is not a recursion piece on the table. It is known. Wiginometry has that daily quest up. If you can't deal with it, they're already going to be on a bunch of credits. So letting that send a message fire here might be a good exchange for the 3 points, just to make sure that you can get them. But we're seeing the spin doctor. It looks like Wikinometry is probably going to put that send a message back in.
Yeah, that's not a message.
Probably going to force.
Sorry,
that's probably going to force Doomrat to run for it and crack the spin doctor at that time.
Yeah, we're going to see a run this turn no matter what. You want that Knob Curry to fire. Now, Knob Curry, it's a 2 of in the deck, and sometimes a very expensive card to find or to get down if it's not coming off the price. Again, this deck doesn't have Sure Gamble, so an early Knob Curry after the Strike Fund, that's quite nice. Botchel's on the outermost, coming in with 2 counters because of that cookbook, so forcing Wiki to decide to res some ice here. 2 counters. I believe there are some magnets in the list, so Botulus will be challenged potentially in later points in the game here. But if you want to res a Hydra, that is going to be broken relatively cheaply, at least most of the subroutines. Reading that sideways there, that's a full art border control. We're going to go through all of that, deny the credits. Second border control. You could simul chip here for a Botulus. We have 1 cleaver in the list. Again, cracking a border control this early sometimes doesn't feel great, but with a Spin Doctor on the table, you might not mind it. Again, protecting that daily quest is super important here. So if Doomrad does commit to the simul chip, I think Wiki might just throw that barbed wire his way.
Absolutely. I don't see a reason why not. You can keep this daily quest safe. You can build up your credit totals.
I think he goofed it here. He trashed the imp. He has to trash the Botulus to get the Botulus back. Mind you, that's the only Botulus there. And there is a fermenter in the bin, so we're not going to run into that kind of clumsy no change in game state possibility here. So we're just going to redo that. No info gained, but that Botulus is going to be trashed to the simul chip to reinstall the same Botulus, which is a totally illegal play as long as there was originally a target in archives or in the heap, excuse me. This gets wild. We're going to see here if Wiki pops the border control, she'd be incentivized to pop the one with the Botulus on it. But at least I will use that an early simul chip, deny the Knob Curry on this run at a minimum. So there you go. Trashing the Botulus, reinstalling the same one just a bit further down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna break both the subroutines. Again, money does matter. And now here the border control.
Absolutely.
We're going to let this go through. Daily quest is going through. So Nabakuri getting on the imp. You're going to gain 2 credits, trash the daily quest, and gain a card and a credit and a solidarity badge. That's a huge run. Surprised Wiki didn't pop there. But maybe she needs this remote server because her hand's a bit more flooded and she needs to push out sooner than later. Challenging the Spin Doctor, we're going to shuffle back an attitude adjustment, and that's send a message that's been in the bin for a couple turns. So again, only 6 agendas back in circulation. Wiki, she might have to push out here again. That daily quest, that did go down a bit easier than I thought it might.
One of the things that might be going on there is that, Wiki may be thinking, hey, 2 border controls and a Hydra is pretty hard to deal with. So maybe I've gotten my value off the daily quest. Sure, if you want to spend an imp counter to trash that, go ahead. I'm just going to keep building up this remote, make it really gross with some Hydras.
The price ripping 4 of the top of the deck. We see that one of Pinhole Threading. It's not that we're playing defensive upgrades exactly, but finding a virus, seeing if the card in the remote server is the one of NGO. There's some value here. But generally here we have a choice now between the Botulus and the simul chip. The simul chip could just be a Botulus, but you have some choices here for sure on only 9 credits. The outermost ice on the remote server, it's really hard to run sometimes a multiple border control server if you're depending on things like Boomerang or Botulus. But it looks like, yeah, Wiki deciding to keep that remote server. Simul chip from hand program, mind you, is the call. Pay attention to that little text on top of his Mari. That's the call. And Magnet going to eat up both Botulus pre-installed before the res. And Magnet doing double duty. You rarely see that. A pair. Now, those cards can be simul chipped away to reinstall them, but that Magnet res there, very, very well timed to keep Doomrat out. Magnet, a bit tricky to break in this matchup. Audrey still gets through it for a card and a virus counter. You do have 1 Buzzsaw in the main list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Magnet, notably a 3x in this Asmari deck, so you have to think that at some point in this game, you are going to see some Botuli put on some Magnets.
Now, Tranquilizer hitting the bin there with a simul chip. You could trash those Botulus again at the end of the corpse turn to get that Tranquilizer on a piece of ice. Now, you're just hoping Wiki, she reses something expensive so you can pull it down as Lou. But card in the remote server, there's only 1 upgrade in the whole deck. So we know for sure there's a Mavirus in server 1. It's a very interesting card if you're, relying on Audrey. With the cookbook, if Audrey does get purged out, you can always simul chip it back and reset it. It will come in with a single counter. That's always quite nice. But we've also seen in some of the last matchups, we saw Saka purged at the end of turn to deal with the Tranquilizer and just buy a couple more turns. It can be an expensive play, but if you need to keep that toll booth up for 1 or 2 more turns, it definitely is a line that you'll keep in mind. Now we're fermenting again. This will be on the corpse turn. So this actually gets 2 credits off Asmari, which is pretty wild. But start a turn now, it comes in as a click for 6 button, which is pretty sick. Asking for actions here. Wikinometry, she can purge to deny that fermenter. Otherwise, now you can always run
Yep.
archives and charge that fermenter before you crack it. There could be a purge between that point, or charge the imp. Doesn't really do anything on archives here, but Knob Curry is a very strong once per turn ability. Wiki denying, not wanting to res the Mavirus, so we're going to click for 6. Price ripping 4 up the top, hitting a steel skin scarring, and we're finding that last boomerang. Now, if you don't pick that boomerang, you have a choice between the buffer drive and the boomerang. Buffer drive, potentially really important if you want to go to the late game. Boomerang, really important at most parts in the game. Now, these cards, can't be too precious with them. They will eventually get labor rights back into circulation if we get to that late game. And with only 11 cards left in the stack, we're not too far away from that point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really tough call to see if you go with the buffer drive here. It is 3 whole American credits to install, so
Going for the
not
fermenter.
really something you want to do.
So now we have the buzzsaw from hand. We went for the fermenter there. That magnet's going to be 1 credit with 14 wiki can res any ice, innermost and R&D. Now this is definitely an expensive one. She didn't res it a long time ago. She's not going to res it now. Imp is going to trash an F2P. That annoying mid-range sentry. Generally broken for 4 credits. One of the only cards in the whole deck that gives actual relevance to the tag, barring, I think, Hydra. Double advance, triple advance on the remote server. Wiki looking to score and then use the remote server for the following last click on the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the heap here.
This
No cleaver yet, which if you can find that cleaver, there's a chance you can contest server 1. The outermost might be a problem. You don't have simul chips, so you have access to no tricks. We know where the 1 of boomerang is. We know where all 3 simul chips are, so if there's going to be a threat coming down, it's going to be coming from hand unless Doomrat wants to do an aggressive early labor rights. But Wiki has a pretty good read on Doomrat's reach here in the remote server. Checks the list for narrow spike. Triple advance. You don't see it all the time, but the Glacier players definitely know when they feel like they have a safe window.
Yeah. The triple advance being a key part of windmilling, perhaps another agenda in that remote. That remote is going to be hard to deal with multiple times, especially with those border controls. And either agenda in this deck is going to be good for Wiki. Either we're going to get a Hydra on server 1, which is my guess for the outermost ice, or you're going to get them to spend 5 credits. So if they can get in here, it's actually not that bad for you. And if they can't, you can score that agenda, get whatever value you're going to get off either agenda, and then just windmill something in there.
I think we saw across the days. I don't think any of the Asmari decks we saw scored out anything else besides send a message first. You're right that defensive text, that offensive game 5 is nice, but getting a Hydra up is generally part of your early game plan. R&D is still wide open. Revealing a Mavirus, finding the second copy. Now you can still trash that. It will purge your imp, it will purge your fermenter, still gets you Lu and Solidarity badge, but now you know that there's 1 in the bin, 1 in server 1. Yeah, that innermost, it could be a magnet. That is an interesting point as well. Maybe that's something we don't want to res, that she doesn't want to res until it's quite relevant. But here she needs to keep up some money too. She can't res an expensive thing on R&D because otherwise Doomrat abstractly, I guess now money willing because the fermenter has been purged out. You could drop a cleaver and potentially contest server 1. Doomrat here on 3
Yeah, you
clicks.
wouldn't want to run a second magnet unless you have the opportunity to move another Botulus.
Yeah.
Just having that in your back pocket is a really good call.
Badge getting a counter, mind you. Oh, moshing. Throwing out a steel skin, drawing 2 more, a Noom, and another steel skin. We've gone deep through our deck. Only 1 card left in the stack here. So we have just about every card we could work with. Looking at the bin, we see no labor rights, so those will be in the hand, but that 1 copy of Noom, we don't have the money to support it, but very interesting card in the matchup. If we want to break Hydras, again, you're looking at least 10 credits for your first Hydra, so I'm not sure that's going to matter too quickly. But Doomrat might be setting up that late game here with the strike funds and the buffer drives. You're going to have to recur part of those. We're going to be discarding a lot of cards here. We only have 2 clicks left. You can definitely get an Audrey here down and potentially run. You can break 1 piece of ice and you have a lot of cards you want to discard anyway, so you might be able to make a run here.
Yeah, we are definitely not going to see a challenge on server 1, though, so we are going to see what Wiki's been hiding. We'll see if it's going to be that send a message, as you were saying, and we'll also probably see what we've been hiding on server 1.
Playing at labor rates. Botulus was the last card, so now we can shuffle 3 back cards. It's Simulchip, and Buffer Drive. So we are going to draw one of those.
Going for the late game.
Now with the Audrey down, we can use those strike funds without having to spend the click on them. It's a nicer way, and we're going to discard down to 5 cards. So here with open lists, technically both us and, early Bologna. 16 credits, jamming something next into the remote server. Not seeing to send a message there. So that means that the outermost on server 1, that's probably an expensive piece on ice. An 8 res, a 10 res. Now Doomrat here.
Yeah, I would still guess Hydra. It puts you in a solid position. It's real hard to break. You got those 2 border controls, and I would not doubt that card that just got windmilled in there is another agenda.
Buffer Drive coming down. This neutral influence card. Now when you trash cards to Audrey, or you pitch your steel skins, it comes back to the bottom of your deck. That means you will be replaying it a fair bit. Magnet, outermost. We can spend a credit here. I think we want to keep our Audrey tokens for maybe the innermost, so we are going to pay 1. And now this is where the run, the engine pulls itself forward. That Axis will put Knob Creek counter on Imp. Imp will trash a card. It'll put a counter on the Solidarity Badge, a counter on the Audrey. And if Wiki cannot make this R&D run more taxing than a credit, this engine can spiral out of control, at least with the Mavirus in the remote server. She has some recourse, but trashing a Spin Doctor with the Imp, charging all the relevant targets there. That is the second Spin Doctor we've seen this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it's key to note that even though there are 0 cards in stack, this Lou deck is certainly not out. This is actually how this deck really wants to play. At the bottom of its deck, low to the ground.
Echo Chamber.
We're seeing an Echo Chamber.
4 credits in your whole turn. That's going to bring Wiki up to 4 points. Now, any install advance has to be an agenda here. Barring the 1 NGO front, she's on 12 credits. R&D still the softest spot here, it seems. You know where the Maviruses are, so you're going to get good accesses. And this is what the engine does, right? You draw clicklessly the Solidarity Badge. You can fire it on the corpse turn. It'll give you 2 credits. If you send it away with Audrey, it goes on the bottom of your deck. You draw it. You could do the same thing on your turn. It's clicklessly 4 credits a turn, which is actually an engine which eventually you can set up your fixed strength breaker and play, more orthodox Netrunner as opposed to the Audrey-based AI version. So we'll see if Doomrat just wants to keep the pressure on this, or whether he's going to transition to a more conventional rig. Here, probably wants to run R&D.
We'll definitely see. One of the things, though, is Doomrat can't neglect that remote. He does have to keep in mind that he's going to have enough credits, counters, and breakers to potentially get into server 1 3 times in a turn. So running R&D or poking around is risky if a agenda is believed to be in hand, because Wiki could potentially just windmill that into the remote and win.
Now with Simulchip, it's worth noting Simulchip into Botulus is favorable for the runner when it comes to Mavirus. You actually can't purge that out as long as you do everything appropriately on the counter step. So there's a chance that Doomrat feels okay until maybe there's a 4th ice there, which might be too expensive, but you're totally right. He has to be prepared for the remote server next turn, because Wiki might want to jam here. Knob Curry.
Absolutely.
Placing on the Imp. We still don't see what the innermost ice on R&D is. We're getting access here and he's considering it. If it's a Bologna, he can't steal, but this looks like it might be an agenda, whether this might be a send a message or not. I don't know what else you'd be pausing to think. Generally, you just trash whatever you see, unless you want to specifically allow Wiki to draw a card that doesn't seem like that important in this exact turn. But that is an interesting hang on access. Thinking there again, the trash here gets you the Audrey counter, gets you the Solidarity Badge. Very important pieces here to push through your deck. We can also tell what's in the grip, mind you. We do know that there is a Cleaver in hand. I believe it's a Labor Rights as well, what the 3rd card is. I think it's the last Strike Fund. And we trash a Rashida. That was the decision there. Maybe whether to use a credit or whether to use the Imp. We went for the Imp counter. And the Cleaver comes down. Still on 6 credits. We're charging their remote server again, just wanting to flush out the Mavirus before it's relevant. I love this play. Now, if Wiki ends up resing something really expensive, she has to watch out for the Simulchip into D-res. So this is a really difficult fork, potentially. Because if you res the Hydra, you res the Toll Booth, it's just going to be D-resed before Doomrat starts his next turn. This is a really good heads-up play.
Yeah, absolutely. I do really like this play, taking away the ability for the Mavirus to be used at will is really, really good. Or forcing a pop of border controls. Plenty of things that are on Wiki's decision tree here, and Doomrat is forcing them to go down all of those decisions to figure out, well, hey, what's my best play on this remote? It does feel like a really solid run here.
Now Wiki's thinking this through, not rezzing, so we got 2 border controls. They're only a credit a pop. If they're used here, it does protect your virus, but it really weakens your remote server into the next couple of turns. And I don't think she has the option to just hold down and win on 4 points. She probably does want to go for that 7th, and there's the virus. No surprises there. We're going to trash that. It does give you the Audrey counter, because you do finish the trashing after you access. Now Wiki jamming the remote server advance. So love open decklist having 1 NGO front, because you're not sure exactly what this is, but you do know you have to run the server 3 times if you're going to run it. That means you have to deal with the outermost 3 times. With simul chips and a cookbook, you can break 2 subroutines multiple times. If that is a Hydra, the first subroutine, or at least one of the subroutines firing, will just be a 5 credit gain. It's a possibility, and at the end of the day, even if you do get in here and still, you might not steal Bologna, you probably will end up imping it. Does that put Wiki ahead enough? If she does crack the border controls, though, the remote server kind of falls apart here. So we're going to send the strike fund to the bottom of the deck, gain 2 credits. We're still calling program here on Ismari, mind you. You're not actually playing the strike funds anymore, so you're just pitching them. So you won't get the credits if you call event on that one. It's a really wild interaction.
Yeah, it's a really interesting way to duck that Asmari ability and still gain credits.
So Doomrat needs to decide what to do here. Very importantly, if you look at the bin, we have access to botulises. We have 2 of them. We have access to the Noom. It's a bit expensive if you actually want to break subroutines, especially if you have to run this server back. Tranquilizer, also very interesting. It only checks the derez state, though, when it's installed and start of turn. So there's not a lot of value of installing it mid-run. But this is very important that Doomrat figures out what to install here. There's also some chance, I don't know if it's fast enough, considering that Wiki's already threatening game point, in which you want to just pull in a fermenter and then pivot to functional breakers, to, again, orthodox breakers, but that's probably a bit too slow here. We definitely need to be at least spending 3 clicks this turn, or having a contingency plan to run this server 3 times.
It looks like you're absolutely going to have to try to challenge this remote, though. I think with nothing in Doomrat's score area, Wiki is just jamming, just looking to go for the cutthroat win here. And I cannot imagine that this is an NGL. This has to be an agenda in my mind, because this is extremely hard for the runner to get into. Even if they do, you could potentially jam again. I don't know. I don't see the line here, but Doomrat could prove me wrong here. We'll see.
This might use at the end.
And it looks like
corpse turn, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So Botchus will start here with 3 counters. Doomrat's calling out in chat. Oh, pulling out a fermenter as well. But if this is Toll Booth, mind you, Toll Booth has an on encounter, pay 3 credits if able, or end the run. It is different than some of the text you see on things like Mess and Chess. So if you don't have the 3 credits, you're cooked. So Doomrat is playing around, getting enough money up front that he can actually red this. If this is a Toll Booth, he actually can deal with this, I believe, because the first run cost you 5, the next one costs you 4. It's a Toll Booth. I think this line just barely beats it. Really well seen. Border control, again, we're paying 3 to the Toll Booth. It'll be 2 more for the border controls. If the border control leaves there, you can crack the fermenter and go back. The run gets 1 cheaper every time. And if Wiki throws 2 border controls here, I don't know what remote server she's going to be scoring the last points in. Really good heads up play to play around Hydra versus Toll Booth. Good call there.
Yeah, so Doomrat proving me wrong here. I do say very often that I'm only okay at this game. So seeing a top level player come up with the line here, pretty good. Let's see if we see some border control cracks and
just imping the Bologna again. We don't have the credits to steal. Just going to throw that into archives. There are recursion pieces here, but obviously not losing is sometimes more important than winning. So that is going to give us all the loot value, and this remote server will stay. If Wiccan can get another good piece of ice in there, she might be able to jam in a couple turns. It comes down to money. Labor rights. We're putting back all the simul chips. So now Doomrat technically has a target if he wants to go for that D-res play, which might be quite tempting here. Fermenter cracked for 6.
Yeah. We're not seeing a crack at all, so there it wasn't a bunch of tacks, but interestingly, Wiki does have that remote still. As you were saying, it would have disintegrated if uh, the thought was to try to save that agenda. So interesting play on both sides here.
So Bologna in the bin. Wiki needs to figure out how to get her money up because she definitely needs another piece of ice there. Not equivalent. Going to gain 7 to give the runner 2. Put something in the remote server. And there's another piece of ice. So this card, without advancements on it, you're not worried to lose the following turn. Again, the deck is only 5 3s. But she can set up for a longer play here. We've seen one Rashida. Mind you, that is the thing about playing small agendas, or sorry, big agendas, but not many of them. There's a chance it's also hard for Wiki to find the agendas here. We've gone through more than half the deck. You have to assume that there's another agenda in hand or in play. Solidarity badge drawing up. It looks like we didn't hit that strike fund during the corporation's turn. There should be one in hand, and now we know the deck is simulchip. Actually, I think the bottom card here might... No, labor rights happened, so it should be in hand, the one strike fund. We're checking archives here. Forcing the spin doctor if you have it. The Mavirus will purge out, but it looks like we're going to see the bin there. 2 Mavirus in the bin, taking that Bologna for 5 credits. Going to get purged down backwards a bit. Going to eat the Knob Curry trigger for the turn. We see some Hydras in the bin. Very expensive. Wiki can't afford them. Now we're going R&D again. We won't be able to trash something here unless we simulchip our imp back. So see the innermost. This hasn't been rezzed for the whole game. It's been down there since turn 2. Access on R&D here. We don't have the credits, but send a message off the top. Game point now for both players. Finding send a message. It was a toll booth innermost, so an expensive res that Wiki was trying to keep her money up. Now R&D is going to be a bit more expensive here. Doomrat installing the simulchip here. Whether we're going to see the D-res and just the hammer on R&D. Rashida going to give Wiki 3 more cards and 3 more credits. Do we have a window here on the remote server? Toll booth botchless. The outermost wasn't rezzed. If it's a magnet, it makes things a bit more interesting on this toll booth run, but running the server multiple times, a Wiki can install advanced events. There's a chance that Doomrat will have to be very creative to figure out how to pressure that, or whether he just wants to find some of the last 2 agendas within the what'll be 15 cards across central servers. Man, the windows, these matches are really exciting, especially when you have to use these like limited breakers. The simulchips to the botchless.
Yeah, absolutely.
Many? And this is, I think, the last labor rights too, so there's only so much more recursion. Install double advance. Easily the last game of the turn. Now, Doomrat can de-res the toll booth. That might be a line here, and if Wiki reses the toll booth, that puts her off game point for a turn. She wants to res that, so you'd have to have the outermost be a toll booth, and even that's kind of tricky, because if she reses that, she can't score out, so we might see a tranquilizer here. We'll see if Doomrat, again, been very, he's been considering how to use the simulchips, of course. This window here is so important. It's very important to know there's a paid ability window after the corporation takes their last action on their turn, so any card will be there for the start of your turn trigger, whether you're just juicing your fermenters, tank a second, take a dive in there.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Doomrat is out of labor rights, so there is no more recursion in the deck other than the buffer drive. So there's only 2 in the deck, but this is likely close to the last turn, unless Doomrat can work this in such a way that Wiki has to spend enough credits that they cannot score out, but cannot himself score whatever is in server 1. Now, it is notable that this could be an NGO trying to throw the runner off. There is at least one in the deck, unless that's been trashed already. Actually, I don't know if that's the case.
So one thing that's super fascinating, this has actually mattered a heck of a lot, is the program call here. Because if Doomrat wants to do that start a turn install, there's a chance that we end up giving 4 credits. Is there a window on the runner's turn before start a turn? Because you could use that and only give up 2 credits. But giving up 2 credits here is really important, because that means Wiki, she hits 11 credits, which means you can res a toll booth and you still have 3 to score out. So that's actually very important. Those 2 credits are very, very important on this exact turn.
Yeah, double toll booth with the double border control would very likely keep the runner out, as I don't see a way for them to get enough credits to deal with 2 toll booth fires getting through this remote and 2 border control fires. That's a lot of credits. That's 18 credits, in fact.
So there's only 6 agendas on the deck, which if we think there's one in the remote server, it could be that one NGO front. If you want to pivot to centrals, you still have to have enough access to steal or money to steal the last Bologna, because the game might be over here. We're going for the fermenter install. This gives you the money if you need to contest toll booth. Again, you could break toll booth with buzzsaw. You generally don't want to do that. You're going to start at 10 credits a pop. You want to not do that as much as possible. But we're using our last simulchip there. We have one more simulchip, mind you, in the hand, actually. We might be going HQ after that Rashida draw, hoping that we might find something there. And this remote server is untenable. Simulchip from hand. Running here into HQ, the outermost ice, the F2P on the innermost will be broken for free. There's a second F2P. Sebretines on this. If you're just going for the win, they don't actually matter. You can let them fire on the last turn of the game, but we're going to botch this on top of that. It's going to be 2 more credits. Wiki on a comfortable 9 here. And with Botulus, fire on Brokens, we're just going to start taking tags. Now, the tags can matter for some of the Hydra Sebretines. We haven't seen a Hydra all game. We've seen 2 in the bin, in fact. And now this F2P, you can't pay the 4. So this Axis here could be the game. We have 5 credits. Send a message! Doomrat finds it in HQ!
Oh,
good
wow.
game! Finding it, playing along the Bologna, pivoting HQ. Again, there's only 6 agendas in the deck. There's only 2 more left in circulation. Hot rip off HQ. What a game.
Sometimes you got to get the sick rips and just touch the agendas. So Doomrat here probably sensing that server 1 was lost. And this was indeed the final round of the game. So looking for those sick rips off of HQ, looking for those sick rips off of R&D. I would assume we would have seen an R&D check if HQ wouldn't have panned out. So yeah, playing to the outs there. Not bothering with the remote server, and he gets the win. That's wild. Wow, what a great game.
Well played to both players. Mind you, Wiki, she's had a fantastic last year. Only been playing Netrunner for, I believe, less than a year, picking up a huge, I want to say, North American National, Northeast National title. I believe that's a title that she won earlier this year at a huge event in Pennsylvania. But absolutely fantastic run here. That means Doomrat is going to move on and face off against Augustus Caesar in the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins that matchup will be going back up top to face the undefeated Tuno. This is the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We've had some wild games today, and I do not think it's going to stop anytime soon. We're going to be right back in just a bit. We have 8 minutes until the next round to let Doomrat breathe, stretch those legs, get some air. You kind of need it after a game like that. Oh, really well played. For
Absolutely.
On that note, don't go anywhere. You're watching the Circuit Breaker Invitational here on Null Signal Netrunner Twitch channel. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre. We're going to be diving into, this is our lower finals coming up. As you see the bracket there on the screen, Augustus Caesar taking, is only his second loss from the entire tournament, is going to drop him down to the lower brackets, facing off against Doomrat, who just survived elimination with a really well-played matchup into some Asmari Glacier. We're just about to dive in. Again, sorry, we're landing real hot here, but we're going to get into the game real quickly. I'm joined by Orbital Tangent. How's it going, Orbs?
Real good. Hello.
And Pants is back to join us. Pants, how you doing this Sunday night?
Doing great. Looking forward to seeing how this shakes out.
All right, so we're in an Op versus Hoshiko matchup. Doomrat's Op list we have, I think, not at all seen during the stream. If we look at the deck list really quickly here, I think this is a pretty, I would say, relatively conventional Kali testing Op list. So we're going to see a fair bit of fast advance, Audacities, Slash and Burns are all there. We're looking at 3 Atlas, 3 SEF above the law, so almost entirely 3 2s or less. And then we have cards like, again, Calibration Testing, Audacity. In terms of the things the runner's going to play around, we do have that dreaded half run into Stavka combo. There's 2 Stavkas in the list, so Augustus needs to be relatively precious with his programs as much as the simul chips will get him there. We are playing mulch.
Mm-hmm.
Early opening.
Yeah, interestingly.
Rashida.
Interesting thing to see on this mulch list from Augustus Caesar is it is a big Hosh. This is actually playing 56 cards, so we have a real fat stack here.
Ooh, Botcheless calling the Sandstone. They're going to pull down that
so
Rashida.
huge.
We need to check whether the mulligans happened here. Apologies that we missed it, but Doomrat took the mulligan. That opening seemed a bit clumsy while Augustus crept. You saw that early Malapert res, trashing it for 6 credits to get the Rashida, but there's a bunch of ice there that Botcheless will not beat. Things like envelopment, things like border control, but a single Sandstone is exactly the subroutines you want to see there.
Yeah, that was a fairly bold call, just saying, like, this is going to be something I can Botulus. I guess worst case scenario, most of the time, Botulus will sit around and gather counters until it can break something, but that was a really good called shot there.
Yeah, you have to assume that Augustus Caesar getting this far in this tournament has gotten there by some pretty sick calls.
Checking the server here again.
And Bot's just continuing to give value on this Sandstone, just free to run through. Not doing much at all. Actually, even worse than free because you also accrue the virus counters.
We're going to see here, Doomrat's pausing. Whether this is a Mavirus, it'd be strange to put on the table, but if you want to get a 2-cost dice for Centrals, the 2-cost dice slot, there you go, Mavirus is a bit strange. I think we might have a Thimble Rig here coming out. Sometimes you see a wrap around, but we're just going to get that Purge and the 2-coster. There you go, Thimble Rig on R&D gives you some flexibility. Yeah, this Sandstone eventually, you're hoping to draw into, I guess, there's 2 more copies of Extract to get rid of it. Price. We are going to rip through our deck. Mind you, this is mulch, so you want to just fill your heap. Again, Lago Primal Shelter is going to help you fill that heap, and then eventually you'll transition to this toolbox. We saw that it's not that different than the Lou decks if you haven't seen this sort of archetype, but this is a bit less trash-based and a bit more generalist value in some ways. Doomrat here.
Interestingly enough, that Lago is going to turn Hoshiko into max here. If Pants doesn't mind me saying so.
I mind. I'll allow it, but I mind.
Gachapon looking at 6 there at the top. We have 2 copies of Imp and a Botulus. Now, Thimble Rig, very interesting as a way to deal with Botulus. You can always just push it down and you have to break it again and again. But this 2-ice remote server with an unadvanced card here, I think the best case scenario for Doomrat is that's going to be Rashida to push him forward. We're 36 cards left in R&D, so there's definitely some amount of agendas here in HQ. Augustus figuring out which cards he wants to remove from the game and which ones he wants to keep. Light the Fire, probably not necessary in this matchup. You generally want to un-imp, whether you want to just imp run HQ. There's some value into that, but having a Botulus, looks like we're going to go for
sure enough, it is the imp. Imp for 0, always a great feeling.
Nice. One thing that's notable about this Hoshiko here, again, it started out at 56 cards, and we're already more than 20 cards down the stack. Already more than 20
here's
cards
a
down
Knob
the stack.
Curie. That's huge.
We're going Imp.
So Knob Curie and Imp already, and with an open HQ, that is a massive value engine.
Crazy
Crisium Grid
Absolutely.
gone.
coming down. We have set it up. This is now where you get into a sort of, I don't know if you want to call it exactly a prison, but now you're hitting centrals. It's hard for Doomrat. You have to ice up everything. R&D is free to run. HQ is free to run. Hoshiko and Lago is flying through the deck and not using the card in server 1.
It's at least a holding cell, I would say. Maybe not a prison, but like you're going to spend at least a night here.
So how can
Oh yeah,
Doomrat can get out of this? I think ideally you want server 1 to be a Tucana, whether you're ripping Audacity or just Hostile on top of it. You're going to require to get some ice on HQ, and luckily Doomrat found it. But the Hush there.
Oh, the Hush.
Some interesting targets here. Envelopment.
If this is an envelopment, that's huge.
Yeah.
Basically shuts it down.
You're credit short of envelopment. What else are you excited for here? If it's a Stavka, you can't trash anything. It'll still attack the board. You go down to 0. There's a Simul chip. It's maybe not feeling great here. Not sure border control you can... Not sure we can get through. Mind you, we have access to Simul chip, and we do have breakers. It's a Winchester. So this Winchester will, in fact...
Well, Winchester only 2 subs, right?
Unless you trash the Hush with the middle sub.
True.
So this is the best piece of ice you could ask for on HQ. Some massive traces. It's worth noting that Hoshiko does have a link on the digital side, but that is some pretty big numbers here. Whether you want to Simul chip and just move the botchless over...
It's an interesting interaction, the way that Winchester and Hush work. You're right, you do actually have to break either the trace or the sub that trashes a program, because it's just a static ability. You get that 3rd sub.
Yeah. And it's the last
once
sub,
the Hush
right?
is gone.
Yeah.
It's not an on encounter.
Now...
Yeah, and it is the final subroutine.
It's in fact that Trace 3, Trash of Hardware, I think is the subroutine you're most worried about. Losing the Knob Crew here would be pretty rough. So
yeah,
we are going to just,
absolutely
get a Mimic down. Going to use the Leech to bring it down. So only 2 credits. We're going to get our access here on HQ. There should be agendas in here for sure. Seeing the IZF protocol. First 2 points for Augustus.
That's huge.
Charging that Paladin. Doomrat.
Yeah, Augustus looking like in a really good spot here. Doomrat having issues plugging some holes.
Both on 0
Yeah, there
credits.
are obviously plenty of 3-2s on the side of his op. There's Above the Law, 3 Ozyef, and 3 Project Atlas. So not short on those, but certainly not good to lose an Ozyef this early.
Diesel into moshing. We're seeing so many cards. We're going to throw out a Steelskin Scarring as well. We're drawing a lot that turn. Cookbook is found here. Now all your viruses are going to come in a lot bigger. That's going to be 2 counters on the Botulus. Fermenter's coming in more hungry. So we'll see what Doomrat can't make a lot of plays here on only 3 credits. I think, again, Hostile, probably your way out of here. Giving bad publicity. You're not too excited about it, but you need to make progress on the board. Server 1 could be an agenda. Looking like a chance there's a calibration testing or a Mavirus chilling. Whether you have a Tucana there, that's one way that Doomrat can get back into the game. You can snowball out from here. But the Extract, taking down the Winchester to find a 3-coster. Gonna get rid of that Hush.
That does get rid of the Hush. Yeah.
Yep.
Super important card of this matchup. There's actually a fair bit of Wayland Dice that does not love getting hushed here. So we'll see what the op fire is here. Again, this is the 2nd op fire. 3-coster is mostly just Sandstone. Some decks are running Codegate slots on Magnet or Enigma too. Sometimes Afshar sees play. We'll see here what you want to put it. It looks like on R&D. So if you don't res that, yeah, that's a Mavirus. This card, mind you, is the reason you're happy to play op in such a virus-based meta. A lot of these op decks are playing 3 of these. The idea is that you can purge on the runner's turn, get a 2-coster, get that half run in board states, go get a Regolith or a Maryland, depending on what economy's in your deck. But we're going to pause here. If you want to purge for the Mavirus, you can do it after the Fermenter Gate is charged, but before Augustus has a click to break it, to crack it open.
And that is exactly what we're seeing.
Yep.
2-coster card.
Yeah, and Augustus starting that turn with 17
that's
cards.
That means the card in server 1 is probably an agenda, I would imagine. There's not too many upgrades in the remote server you expect to be there, which means if Augustus can't contest the Thimble Rig into Ice remote server, there's a chance that Doomrat will score out an agenda and then get Ice onto the table and claw back from this really early Nobkuri aggression. I just want to check the list. What could be in the remote server here? It's only calibration testing, Mavirus, and Tucana. We know where the Chrysium is. We know where the Malapert is. Boomerang from hand. We're going HQ.
And it looks like Buzzsaw and Audrey are the only way to deal with code gates in this list, other than Botulus, I think.
The upgrade on HQ here.
Interesting. We're
Notably,
seeing a
Botulus would not
pre-res.
actually get through Thimblebrig, though, because Thimblebrig could swap back, so would have to actually be a real breaker.
Oh, with the cookbook you can do it, right?
Oh, true. Cookbook. Yeah, Cookbook's down.
Ice Wall from HQ.
Makes
That
it much easier.
upgrade on HQ has to be Mavirus there. So I think now we know where all 3 Maviruses are. The Boomerang is going to come back. We saw the Ice Wall there. We are going to imp it. Just got to trash something. And second Fermenter going to charge up.
You gotta love that. Get the triple purge from running archives.
Doomrat potentially has a window. It is an agenda.
Okay,
Triple advance.
here's triple
Above
advance.
the law.
Above the law.
Cookbook being the target again. This thing has so much value if you're dealing with the Botulus, as you're dealing with that Audrey coming off of the Simul chip. Now we'll see with the Tucana, you can get an ice from your deck, install and res 3 credits less. It is going to limit the options here. You can get a border control on most servers if you really want to set it up. You can always trash your ice before the install too. We'll see what it's going to be. Sandstone on the outermost of HQ. You can carve that down, but with the Maviruses in the bin, you probably have to purge manually if you do need a purge.
Definitely not the end of the world in terms of cookbooks for Augustus here. There are 2 more in the list, and none of them are in the bin, so almost certainly will still have access to that value for the rest of the game, just has to find it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are really, really in a good spot to find it. As I noted previously, on turn 7, they started with 17 cards in that stack out of 56 that they started with. So this deck is able to burn through real quick. So it's going to be able to find what it
he has drawn through this deck at lightning speed.
Absolutely.
Price, finding a Simul chip, mind you. You want to count in the bin? We can sort our bin here. Shout out to the Cyberfeeder plugin. But labor rights, we've had 1 unaccounted for. We are going to rip to the bottom of the stack. And once we're there, we're setting up that labor rights end game engine. So you want to make sure at some point you actually can't play the prices unless you're going to count on DJ Fenris to bring them back. You do have to start to be careful. At some point you stop lagoing. But Doomrat on 1 credit here is not putting out too much pressure. Simulchip will get access to the Buzzsaw, the remote server. There's nothing you can't break if you put your mind to it. You have that fermenter cooking in the background. Just click for 3, the sort of play you don't want to see here in the lower finals. Paladin Puemo ticking up here. Lago not getting its card. Augustus didn't access last turn. Hoshiko, to some extent, if you weave in and out, you want to get the Knob Kari. Figuring out a way to deal with the Sandstone, it's going to be maybe the next step. We have 1 Simulchip unaccounted for. And there's the Cleaver.
There's the Cleaver. That's a good way to deal with Sandstone eventually.
I just don't know if we have the time to just like smash into it to like carve through the sand, but we'll see what Augustus wants to do now. We're nearly at a full breaker suite. The Mimic, mind you, is not, it actually is relatively, it can be challenged in a pretty important way with Stavka, 7 strength. You don't actually need a half run there. Now at that point, Simulchip into the Botulus, specifically with a cookbook, which we don't have, is your safety valve there. But I think we're trading the Mimic probably for a way to get into R&D here, or just the Buzzsaw. We're going full breaker suite. Deal with that Tucana before an Audacity or before a hostile takeover really changes the game. Thimble Rig for 1.
So Thimble Rig.
We can swamp it. We're going to get the Sandstone on the outermost. 3 credits here. Oh, Tatubola. Cool. An Econ card.
All right.
Ooh.
One of the new pieces of ice here, you can decide to bounce off of it. It is a nice play when the corporation spends 2 credits on a gear check and expects to get refunded ++. So if you want to bounce off this, that is a totally reasonable play. Doomrat really can't score out a hostile from hand next turn unless he also audacities on top of it, which would be quite the play here. So Fireall is the call. Love that call bouncing off the barrier.
Very good call.
Augustus still maybe working.
Time is on Augustus' side here with the fermenter ticking up, you have to think.
Yeah, especially with 3 Mavirus out, right? Like such a key card here. We've seen no recursion, no spin doctors here, but you know that centrals are going to be super safe until Doomrat can find that doctor. We're back to the same spot. If Doomrat cannot find an extract, just click for 3 credits. It's like account siphon days. You can't make a play if you're clicking for credits. Doomrat just needs to get out of here. Credit into hedge fund, extract. You need to get a break here because otherwise...
Yeah, this is the old PU gameplay, but unfortunately out of a rush deck.
Yeah, this is...
Oh,
definitely not where Doomrat wants to be here. And Augustus needs to figure out how to capitalize on this. R&D, relatively expensive here to deal with the Sandstone. We're going HQ. We might actually play a premium 4 for the Whoredom. We are wanting that access here. Again, we've gone through about 24 cards. We've seen only 2 agendas. You're expecting about 3 more in the game. We've seen no recursion, so the agendas have to be somewhere. Swippity Swappity, Tattoo Bull in front of HQ, Whoredom, broken for 4. You have to boost awkwardly with the Buzzsaw. Project Atlas, gonna steal that.
Oh, wow. That's so worth it.
With the leech counter, you can go back just installing Clot, saying you cannot score at the hostile. One of the ways Doomrat could get out of this hole.
Oof.
And with the viruses in the bin, you have to purge. The Audacities are now dead. The hostile is now useless. Doomrat has to push the remote server, and the remote server is just not going to hold.
Yeah, their option here being, they can purge, but that is going to waste them 3 essential clicks here and leave them in that hole.
Quad is gone, but at what cost?
And they do purge, yeah.
Tattoo Bull and HQ, really fascinating too. That actually does stymie some aggression because going from 4 to 8 will put Doomrat back into the game on some fronts. Boomerang going to be on that Sandstone. There you go on R&D.
That's big.
We're going to imp whatever we see here unless it's a really, really bad draw for the corporation. So boom.
Yeah, this is where we start talking about kind of the soft multi-axis that you get with cards like Imp, especially when you get to recharge them. Look at that. Like, now could theoretically run back in, choosing not to this turn. Just going to get rid of the Stavka since, as we talked about, that is very potentially powerful in the future.
Cookbook is returning, borrowing the page from Lou here. So now the virus is in the remote server. We can beat Clot. Really cool here. We're going to trash the Boomerang from the deck, advance. Technically, don't have to ask for an action here. Slash and burn from hand, scoring on an Alice.
Okay.
Now, this is interesting. Tucana can fire here, but we do know there's a 2-pointer. One of the new mechanics from the Automata Initiative, Expendable, there's just 2 points hanging on in Archives. I don't think there's anything you can pull with the Tucana that will save the agenda here. So that means that Doomrat is just playing the lines he has to play, and you cannot play from behind without taking risk. Border Control and R&D saying, I know you're on game point. Go purge yourself on Archives. Go to 6. 0 credits.
Yeah, there are no ones that can be trashed at instant speed to get a Spin Doctor that I see in this list.
Hippo. This showdown between Border Control and Hippo, you have a window after the subroutines are broken. You can pop the Border Control before the ice is passed. Now, that won't use the Hippo up, but you will still be able to use op and find a 3-coster. In terms of the big 3-costers here, we've seen only 1 Sandstone there, so we're going to go pop the Border Control.
Okay.
Server 1 here is a calibration testing.
Calibration testing.
Mind you, I don't think there was any recursion card on 3 credits you had to worry yourself about. So that agenda is still in Archives here. Augustus can run R&D. It'll only be 3 credits here. Calibration testing is another fast events piece, but we are credits short. You could use this in theory to score out a hostile takeover and go to game point, get a lot of money, fire Tucana. Oh, I have to pop a 4 break. Yeah, you're right. It's not with pass.
It's only 1 credit, right? To get into R&D? Thanks to the leech?
Yeah, with leech. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, excuse me. Hippo's not with pass. Yeah, you have to do it before the subroutines are broken. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thinking.
Yeah, Hippo a very strong card. What was kind of like the Reg Anarch card for, I would say, at least a year for like at least a year there, and glad to see it making a little bit of a resurgence.
Yeah,
do you go into Archives and scoop this slash and burn is the question.
I don't think you have to before, like, the considerations you want to run R&D first to use the leech counter because you will get purged out on it. So there's a chance you run R&D, then run Archives. Whether you want to go HQ here, mind you, and Hippo the Tattoo Bola, you haven't broken the outermost ice. Oh, actually, we have, because we did go through did we go through the Sandstone? No, we haven't. So you can also Hippo this if you'd like.
We're seeing their R&D run.
Yeah. So we're going to get rid of that.
And sure enough, there's the Hippo for the Sandstone.
Now R&D is wide open. You can see 2 cards. Imp. That's the game. Alice off the top. Slash and burn in Archives.
Off the top. Amazing.
Yep.
Good game.
GG.
11 turns, only 20 minutes to get those points out. Doomrat constantly, unfortunately, on the back foot there, finding his outs, trying to push himself forward. That Tucana almost doing a Herculean effort to get him back into the game. But definitely seemed like an ugly mulligan and a very hot start for Augustus. Again, Augustus Caesar has only dropped 2 games so far, and now he's going to return to face off against the one of probably only 2 players that took a game off of him. That will be in a finals against Tuno, who stands undefeated here in the top cut. Doomrat, what a run, coming in third place in such a hard fought competition. Well played to both players.
Yeah, incredible run here from Doomrat. He should be very proud of this finish.
Absolutely. And that game was a hell of a game, even though there were several points where Doomrat looked like he was down there, still managed to get on 4 points. So well played. Well played to Doomrat.
Yo, this finals is wild. It is a rematch of the finals from the Italian Nationals just about a month ago, which is awesome. It looks like we're going to start in about 5 minutes. That matchup, mind you, was very interesting. We might see the same decks too, if I'm not mistaken. This is cool. Both of these players have been in this top seat fighting off for a title before, only a couple months ago. And Augustus took it that time on a really wild, very, like, it was a complicated situation, but Augustus played to his outs and it worked out for him. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes before the next round starts. Again, Augustus is going to take a bit of a break, but about 5 minutes after the hour. So we'll be back in about 8 minutes. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We're back for an Italian Nationals grudge match a whole weekend in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Welcome back to 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre from the Matchball Grid. Really excited to be with you all weekend. And we're about to go into our finals. Again, I'm not alone. I'm joined by Pants. Neuropanzer, how's it going?
Doing great. Glad to be on the mic with both you and my fellow partner in crime on Slumscast.
And of course, we're with Orbital Tangent. Josh, how you doing?
I'm good. This is the in slumsification of Netrunner.
It was inevitable. It's happened. It's here. This is a matchup that's going to be very fascinating. So firstly, these two players have faced off relatively recently in the finals of Italian Nationals. It is very much worth noting that this is still double elimination. We're going to be entering untimed finals here, but Tuno being the higher bracket, it only has to win one game. That means if Augustus can win this matchup, we will have a grand finals after this where they play that out, and whoever wins that will win everything here. In that Italian National Finals, Augustus did take it away from Tuno, but Tuno largely had it on lock, and there was a small mistake that cost everything. So Tuno has been here. I think Tuno knows that it has what it takes. Mind you, this is a matchup between two big modern testing groups here. This is QTM and the Tiebreakers. This is absolutely fascinating. Now, this op matchup is really cool. We haven't exactly seen this version of this list, but QTM has been playing this pretty consistently. It is a damage-based, a bit of a prison op. It doesn't have too much fast advance tricks, but it has a lot of cards that say the word damage on them.
And I
Really
imagine we'll
interesting.
start seeing a few of them quickly, given the install, your go opening.
Absolutely. Really interesting that Tuno actually surprisingly is the only repeat on CBI in the top 8 this year. So
Oh wow!
took 8th last year. So looking for that that victory this year.
What a hot
Oh, look at that!
start.
That's amazing. Bladderwort is going to gain 1 credit, and then look at that. It only has 3 credits. That's enough to trigger some damage.
So Bladderwort doing the damage there. This is going to be really important. Maryland, you can res, you can get the credits off of it before Svigator takes it down. Mind you, Svigator, one of the most powerful cards in this matchup. Getting 3 credits, pulling a card out of your deck and pushing yourself forward. This is going to be a must trash. Augustus, mind you, is playing a mulch-based variant, so we're technically good at trashing stuff, albeit it is attached to cards like Imp and Nabakari, which can be a bit to set up. We've seen this time and time again. A lot of these Hoshiko lists are eschewing some of the standard fundamental economy cards for more of an engine-based setup, where they're synergistic but require some setup. Icing up the Svigator, Tuno saying, find your Imp, and there is an Imp. Whether you're going to challenge Nobkari Imp 2, so you can trash only one thing a turn, but you're going to do it cheaply. Running HQ here, seeing the card in hand. Going to see what we're going to trash here.
It's a huge early hit.
Reconstruction contract.
That's gone.
This card used to be a powerhouse One Worlds many years ago. A lot of the pieces that work with it don't exist in the format anymore, but with Azyef, you can fast advance put on top of it. Seeing what you want to res here. It's very much worth noting, you saw the wall-to-wall hit the table. It came onto the table with the Svidagora. It's definitely worth noting with the rules that this card won't fire its when your turn begins, because it was not there when your turn began, but Urban Renewal definitely will. The question is whether your Svidagora. Urban Renewal is the thing that engenders interaction in this matchup. While you can hold Steelskin Scarrings in hand, and it's definitely worth checking where those are, we see one in the bin. If this fires, and then we get some fast advance with an Azyef, that can be 6 damage within a single turn. With things like Audrey, you have access to send your Steelskins out to your bidding when you want, but it's going to be important that you manage your hand size. There's cards in this deck like Hostile Architecture and a lot of things, again, that do damage.
Yeah, critically, I think that we're not seeing a purge here because with Nobkuri, you can just reload that Imp and still get that 1 trash a turn that you want. So Tuno, it is probably thinking, you know, I'm going to lose some board here anyway. We got to try to ice up. We got to try to stabilize a little bit here. And maybe eventually I'll overwhelm that Imp with just enough targets.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's part of the reason that it rezzed Urban Renewal is basically saying, all right, you got to spend a turn using your Imp on this instead of something that gives more value. You don't get to trash my Econ for a turn. You have to get rid of the Urban instead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and look at
Yep.
that. A different urban going down in server 7.
Now we are much above the 4 credit threshold, so Bladderwort's not going to do damage. It's just a better on-right pad campaign for influence, but Tuno still can be building a board state. We might see the wall-to-wall fire, and then you can Sfidagore it for another 0. It looks like we're just going to send the Spin Doctor away and just get the 3 credits. There is recourse to trashing things in this deck. It's very important that there's 3 copies of Wake Up Call, a reprise that says, do you want to trash one of your installed, I believe it's hardware or non-virtuals, or do you want to take 4 meat damage? Which now the Urban Renewal being iced up, I think Augustus has only 1 pinhole. Does he even have pinhole on the list? He doesn't. So we have to figure out how to get through this.
There is an Audrey with counters. Like there's no way that this Urban can't go down this turn. It's just a question of how many cards out of the grip go and how many counters have to come off the Audrey for it to happen.
There's a hostile, the most expensive res I reckon in the deck. So this is going to do 2 meat damage this turn, no matter how you slice it. Whether we see again. Whether you want that run the Urban, you have to watch out. Forma carries on the table is the thing that sometimes can
Solidarity badge and price.
A second imp comes down to provide the free trash on Urban. That's huge.
Whoredom, going to be very awkwardly 2 cards to boost into that strength. Now, one of them is a steel skin. It's very important to track where those are as a kill deck. So we're 2 steel skins in, but we're going to be able to bring down that Urban Renewal. You have to end your turn with at least 1 card in hand so you don't die to that.
Oh, Forma carry.
There it is. That's another card.
So that's another card that has to come out of hand.
So we're below threat. In terms of damage, it's just going to come from hand. You have things like Angelique, Garza, Correa. In terms of Aziev, there's only 1 in the deck, actually. It's kind of tricky to see that showing up consistently. Tuno now is down to 1 credit, though, so the Bladderwort will be connecting. Shame, I really like Knobkuri. It looks like being under 3 cards in hand, you know that Knobkuri is going to come down if Tuno found one of those wake-up calls. Home run.
Wall-to-wall drawing for it.
Bladderwort taking out a Stargate from hand, leaving Augustus on no credits. 2 cards in hand. Spin Doctor to draw. I don't know if Tuno has it.
Ooh.
But here you have a bit of a window to build a board state. Those imp counters, mind you, the deck has multiple Mavirus in them, so you can purge this back as much as Knobkuri resets a large part of it. And that's Vigator again every turn since turn 1 has been 3 credits. Looks like we might want a bit of a rewind here. Server 6 wrong install, no game state change. Usually pretty easy to take those back. You did already see what the Lago hit, mind you, with the Spin Doctor. So we're going to fix that, no problem. But yeah, we have no wake-up call. Server 6 iced up. Mind you, this deck is not very good at scoring out agendas. We're looking at 6 3-pointers, CityWorks and SDS drone deployment. You can build board states where you put the CityWorks on the table and advance it and have a damaged fork. However, that card does hit the table, not rezzed, but face up. So you will see it coming. It is an expensive score.
Augustus Caesar saying in chat.
Players. Yeah.
Got away with it.
I got away with it. Damn, I'm good.
Challenge.
Sometimes you just gotta. This is the potential circuit breaker invitational champ difference.
We're purging here.
Oh, we're seeing a virus crack. Yeah, wow.
This
getting a 2.
A 2-coster. It looks like it's a Maryland campaign. Where there's no Warroids or anything like that. Instant speed. The card in server 10 is a Bladderwort. Mind you, you still get the imp. You can't actually purge out. There's no timing window for you to purge out a Knobkuri imp. It's just going to happen. But we're going to bring that Bladderwort down. Not a lot of credits, though. Again, the economy of this deck largely strike funds. We've seen 2 so far. Challenging HQ. Tuno only on 2 credits. There should be agendas here. Finding a border control. That's going to stay. The imp, mind you, are empty. It's only once per turn regardless. But Maryland going to take forward. You definitely want to Sfidagore this. Whether you want to set up another Urban Renewal, we'll see where Tuno pushes this into. 2 Urbans, mind you, were shuffled back with that Spin Doctor. So that is the recursion we expect in the list. 1 coster hitting the table. It will be rezzed. It is the Urban. Mind you, the power counter doesn't come off of it because it wasn't rezzed at the start of turn exact window. But this is another thing that Augustus now has to consider dealing with. And it's 3 cards to challenge that remote server before another Forma carry. That is a fair bit of cards.
If the Whoredom is advanced thrice, it can't be broken by Audrey. That's a key thing to remember on Whoredom. If it's advanced thrice, it cannot be broken by AI.
Upgrade on server 6, we're looking at multiple Mavirus, all 3 in the deck, and then 2 copies of Angelique Garza Correa. The threat 3 text won't be active, but if Tuno wants to pay 2 credits, that's 2 more damage. So yeah, if we can still break through that Whoredom, that's going to be 5 damage for the whole server if we're only using Audrey. Now, Simulchip can help there. Botulus does deal with Whoredom or Forma carry Whoredom. You can give a credit to the corporation. But server 12 also something out there. You want to get that Hoshiko draw, the Nopkari. And we're stacking Bladderworts. Just getting 2 credits each turn.
In a pinch, Simulchip is also a nice Mavirus protection because you get to bounce the Imp and still use Imp. But I think that's probably... I don't know if that's the usage you're going to want to use the most.
Lago, mind you, such a nice card. If you played Astrolabe back in the day, it's something like that. But the corporation here, through 25 cards, we've seen no agendas. Nothing has been shuffled back that has been an agenda. We haven't seen any Drudge Works. I think the list actually doesn't have any. So it's just the Spin Doctors. Oh, there's 1 Dredge Work, excuse me. So there's definitely agendas here behind 2 Ice and HQ.
The HQ ice up indicating to me
another
that
hostile.
the Azef protocol combo might be in hand.
Hostile
So
Architecture.
this is kind of this is the super grindy side of this matchup. Just continuing to throw out hostile architectures, trading all of that tempo to res them, and this time, good enough to dissuade. Just gonna bounce off of the hostile architecture. It looks like.
So this
Or actually, no. Runners deciding. I think.
This wasn't obvious to me when I first looked at the list, but I believe Tuno's list has no operations whatsoever. Nothing. So when it comes to like audacing out the Azyaf, which to me is usually like, you know, the punishment on top of the urban renewal, that doesn't exist. So I think unless you set up a reconstruction contract, which is totally possible, you'd have to trash something first, trash a 2-coster, and then seize the urban, and then you can use that reconstruction to score out an Azyaf. The lines here are very interesting. Oh, sorry, Wake Up Call. Yeah, Wake Up's the only operation. Yeah, that's correct.
So thinking over this trash, I think it is important to think about, especially depending on exactly what's in the hand for Augustus Caesar right now. I mean, 2 meat damage is not negligible. You could easily lose something good, and also just that is 2 cards that you don't have if you need to get into server 6.
Now this Res 2 does drop Tuno to sub 4 credits. At least one of the Bladderworts will go off. Whether you want to res, it would have to be a Mavirus for you to be able to duck in server 6, but the 2 damage from the Bladderwort is just annoying. It's anti-tempo. I don't think it's actively setting up a kill this turn. Maybe the next turn with the Urban Renewal, it's going to be even more important, but it's sometimes nice to have those big cards that allow you to jump from 8 down to 3, so the Bladderworts can fire a bit more consistently. Now, Steelskin Scarring, super important. Again, we've seen 2 in the bin. Now you have 1 in hand, you can always just hope that the urban hits it, hope that the damage hits it. But you always have the control with Audrey between in a paid ability window. You can just send it to Audrey to guarantee that you don't flatline to certain combos that sometimes just have a 20% chance of getting through a single Steelskin. And Augustus definitely knows that. The question is whether we're going to draw the last Steelskin, whether Lago is going to hit it on an off turn, or whether we're going to labor rights the other 2 Steelskins back. Again, right now we're just fighting for the board. I don't think we're exactly fighting for safety.
Yeah, it looks like we're still waiting on the decision on the hostile architecture trash. It looks like Augustus Caesar is really deep in the tank here, using that untimed part of the finals to really think through their lines and calculate out what's going on here.
I think this is one of the pivotal decisions for him, honestly, this game,
Mhm.
because this is like
Absolutely.
you can start seeing this as kind of the inflection point in the prison game plan if the hostile architecture gets to stick, because basically within 2 turns, Augustus has to answer both the architecture and the urban renewal. And that is tough to do with the
Yep.
current board state.
Yeah, notably, it's going to be real hard to answer both of those in a single turn. So,
Probably
Augustus,
not both the same turn, but just need to answer both of them within 2,
yes,
especially with the threat of an extra 1 or maybe even 2 formicaries. Honestly, server
Absolutely.
6 is looking very tough right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, and challenging that urban renewal without the hostile architecture trash is going to be really, really difficult. But if you have to do it, you have to do it. It's better to take 2 than it is to take 4. So
Mhm.
Yeah, the calculation probably being on that point right there, whether they can afford to do it now or whether if they can afford to wait, um, for
Yeah,
sure.
there's also just the question of, do you have enough Audrey counters to get through if you don't trash here? And I
Mhm.
think the answer might be no.
Augustus
Yeah, indeed, indeed.
looking at the text. I'm glad that we could pull it up on stream. We're not allowed to write in that chat box. But yeah, it's a reprise. So as long as you trash something, it's going to be a non-virtual hardware. It's 4-me damage or the thing goes down. The precursor to retribution. Those baseball bats scale pretty well in the future. So we'll see here. The threat
Yeah,
of
yeah.
losing your Knob Kari, pretty rough. Very important card here. The MU not mattering so much. It's worth noting Audrey is 2 MU. That can crowd things up pretty quickly. But no trash stands here. We're going to keep going in, cracking the simul chip.
Okay.
Pulling out a Stargate, saying we're going to go here.
Ooh,
Hostile
Stargate.
Architecture, mind you, only is an installed card, so you do get around here on the Stargate. This allows you to control the top of the deck. Now, it's totally worth noting here, Svigator will fire at the start of turn, so this shuffles. So if you want to fire it and fire up, you actually don't lock R&D here, but you can find some of the big chunky 3-pointers. There's no punitive in this list, but this is really interesting when you forego the ability to lock the top of the deck.
Yeah. An interesting thing to note here is that Wake Up Call is still turned on with Stargate.
Yeah.
So this is indicating that Knob Curie may not be long for this world.
Formicary sliding over, a very unique ice that can do this. Tuno doesn't have that automatic window, I don't think. I'm not sure if we would see it in the chat log there, but showing up here out of nowhere. We're not going to get any of that double breach step that can be frustrating with Formicary. This is just suddenly it's going to be a card from your hand. So we're in C3, Angelique Spin Doctor Hostile. The recursion card often comes down with the Stargate, the natural enemy of this sort of angle of attack, but Angelique and Hostile, not really great draws here. Angelique is quite relevant on threat 3 text, otherwise not even defensive against Stargate. You don't access it. Spin has to go here, right? Here we are.
Yeah, sure enough.
Running
Gone.
the wake-up call here. Now we're running HQ with 1 credit. This deck, mind you, only has 9 pieces of ice. We've seen 5 so far. Now, HQ definitely has an agendas in there, and if you can steal a city works from a central server, SDS drone deployment.
Is it SDS?
Imp hasn't been used this turn.
Imp this? It seems like a good thing to imp. Yeah, okay. Sure enough, imp.
Now, HQ is going to be a big line of attack here. We've seen 1 Spin Doctor so far, 1 removed from game, 1 in the bin. Now, this is super interesting. If you use Svidagor, you open up R&D to see 3 new cards with Stargate turn after turn. So there's a trade here because, of course, those cards revealed are revealed to both players. So Tuno knows what it's going to be top decking. Bladderwort 1, Bladderwort 2 now after the Formicary, taking 2 cards out of hand. That Urban Renewal 1 turn away. A bit scary potentially for Augustus, losing a Botulus and a Mimic. Mimic, mind you. Nice enough way. We're going to Purge. Going to get a 2-coster here. This, mind you, allows you to go get the 1 copy of Drudge Work. You can actually save the agenda that you didn't pick up. There you go, Drudge Work.
Ooh.
This pulls from the bin as well.
Dash.
So that's going to go back into R&D. Now you have to deal with this Drudge Work before you continue to Stargate if you're going to challenge agendas at a minimum. But such a nice line there. Now the Urban Renewal, now the Bladderwort. There's a lot you have to deal with the Hostile Architecture. Did Augustus overextend here? Card in server 6, we know that that is the Angelique Garza Correa. On top of the Urban, Augustus might just have to tank the Urban here. Not taking the wake-up call. This is a great fork of a line. Urban.
Yeah, taking the Urban appears to be the only thing that you can do here, as the Hostile Architecture is still up. So getting into that server and not taking all the damage that is available to the corp is going to be rather difficult.
So if
how many steel skins are left?
1.
So I guess in theory, you maybe don't draw, like you end the turn with 4 in hand so that you're guaranteed to survive a potential Oz. Well,
with Audrey,
there's no Ozyef threat, right? There's no Ozyef threat.
There is an Ozyef threat.
Because there's no unrest.
So the line here is that Urban Renewal fires, but first you Svigator a 2-coster like a Formicary to get a reconstruction contract.
Oh, wait, Svigator, right?
Yeah.
Of course, Svigator.
So you have the Ozyef in hand. You're technically threatening a fair bit of damage. Now the problem here is you can't I don't think we can duck below Bladderwort. It would have to be server 6 to be the Mavirus instead of what we think is the Angelique Garza Correa, which means that it's only going to be 4 into 2. So if you have the steel skin with Audrey, you're safe no matter what because of the way Audrey works. But there are some wild lines here where, yeah, you Spigator to Rikoko. Rikoko sees the Urban. That lets you defense events the Aziev. And that is 6 damage as long as you have, again, it's a singleton Aziev in the list.
Mm-hmm.
Now, click for credit was the last click there. That's actually really interesting. Whether the line was to advance the Hordem, the difference between being on 4 and sub 4 is super important on this turn. Whether we just need ice to be able to like res a border control in HQ, again, we want to duck credits here. This is wild. Augustus finding...
Yeah, this is another very, very tough turn for Augustus, I think.
Absolutely. There's so many threats on the table that you have to deal with. You have to think through those potential murder lines, like Andre is saying. You're on a tightrope here, and if you don't walk it correctly, you're gonna fall right off, and that will be into a flat line.
So Augustus...
Well, and this is exactly what we've talked about with some top players in the past is decks like this prison deck. Now, it's certainly not like they're not easy to play, but the ratio of the amount of thought that it takes, especially with practice, to get your board state up versus the amount of thought it takes to figure out the right play into it weighs heavily in favor of the Corp.
Oh, we're tanking it.
Mm-hmm.
If we have the last steel skin, the line to labor rights and bring it back with the Audrey, you know you're safe here. But if Tuno has it in hand, don't do me dirty. Wait, the drudge work here. We're just getting the Not Brigade counter. If you trash the drudge work, you take 2 damage. You're almost definitely dead here. This is just a bounce, right? Just as you can't trash this. Don't do me dirty with the last map. Yeah, we're playing around that Virus, which allows you to duck the Bladderwort. I do think we think it's the Angelique because that was the top deck that we saw after. But if it is the last Virus, this is lethal. Server 14, drudge work, just to charge up the fermenter. Yeah, you cannot trash that there. Augustus is definitely not going to make that mistake this late in the game. Now this could be the final turn. It depends on the steel skin. Not a trash Lamau. So let's see if this is it. It is a Virus.
Oh!
Ooh.
Actions here. You can send the steel skin. But this could be potentially 8 damage. Whether the last steel skin here, Tuno might just have the revenge for the Italian national title. The final Virus. We saw the Angelique on the top deck playing with that information in mind. Augustus might have made that read saying, I don't think it's the last Virus. I'm not smart enough to have actions. Augustus.
All right, let's see it.
Taking damage from Bladderwort. Bladderwort into the Urban.
Damage.
Got him.
Oh,
and there we go. Wow.
Oh,
Tuno, it is the circuit breaker for 2024.
GG. Well played. What a tournament.
Wild matchup there. I don't know if we had the Aziev. I don't know. The Virus is all we needed to duck the Bladderwort, the hostile architecture, getting the Stargate down, getting those axes. Augustus only losing 3 games on the whole dang weekend, but the one that matters the most, Tuno finally taking it back there again. An absolutely fantastic player. Just been having such a phenomenal tournament season.
Absolutely.
And culminating the 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational champion. Really well done to both players here.
Yeah, absolutely. It is notable that Tuno, it did well across that continental seasons. Went to Worlds, did very well at Worlds. Had to dip out of the cut for personal reasons, but just a fantastic season from Tuno. It has done very, very well, and again is now the circuit breaker for 2024. What a great run.
Was it last year that also the circuit breaker was won by a damage op deck? Or that might have been Intercontinentals last year. That might have been Man in the Moon. But it's like you see these damage op decks that every once in a while show up and just take a tournament out of, I wouldn't say nowhere because I know QTM has been grinding this list, but this is definitely the result that this sort of deck wanted for a long time coming.
Absolutely. I believe MJP, who was the first circuit breaker in 2023, did bring an Optech as well.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, perfect. End of the line. Let's go. Really well done. So for those watching again, we're going to give some thank yous, but the stream might not be over here. We're going to see that we should get a confirmation on an interview. So we're just going to hold out for a second here and see if we can have Jen Tuno join us to talk about the weekend and a bit about its decks. Tuno's ready whenever. Going to give it the roll. Please do. Thank you, Radiant. Congratulations once again. Give us 1 second. Yeah, Tuno should be sliding in to talk about this. Mind you, Tuno's playing in Europe right now. I think it's about 3 or 4 in the morning on a Monday.
Oh my god.
So hopefully you didn't have any Monday plans. Imagine trying to go to sleep right after that, huh? Got to wake up in the morning.
With all that adrenaline?
Yeah, I know.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's not happening. It's definitely not happening. Oh, so wild. All right. Looks like Tuno will be joining us quite shortly. In the meantime, we'll get back to this. Oh, Tuno, how's it going? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello. Hey, we can hear you. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Congratulations.
Can you hear me well?
We can hear you great.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you fantastically, and I want to be the first to say congratulations on being the 2024 circuit breaker, and we
Thank
can consider
you.
the message queered here.
Yes, the message we have had this kind of rivalry between Queen the Message and tiebreakers for a while. So it was really the appropriate grand finals for this tournament, I think.
I've been absolutely enjoying the rivalry building over the last year, and I'm hoping that at the upcoming, I believe that y'all are playing at the Fight Club or the Fight Night coming up. I forget the name, but that's
Yeah.
gonna be sick. Now we mentioned on the stream again. I watched the two of you play at the Italian Nationals final. It was the two of you again on stream. You've been there before. I know it did not work out for you
and
at
I
the end.
forgot about Big Deal. I forgot that Big Deal existed. It was in
Yes.
the list.
Yeah, that's absolutely heartbreaking. I have no doubt, but I'm glad you got the opportunity to bring it back there. Absolutely well played. Can you talk about this op deck? I know it's a thing that QTM has been grinding for a while now. Can you tell us what your game plan is and why you ended up with this deck in a meta where, you know, there's imps, there's Nob Curies. It's not the best way to deal with assets, but it's a fascinating list.
Yeah, so Gradswork, which is our name for this deck, is so basically I started saying, oh, can I build an op deck that is basically PE grinder? So can you play Wake Up Call and Fractal Threat Matrix in asset top? And then I cut the Fractal Threat Matrices.
Right.
And then I kept developing this, and I found out that you could use Rococo and Clearinghouse to set up some kills where you have like a 6 damage Clearinghouse pretty early. So I built it around that. And then obviously we had the problem of what do we do about Lou? And we slotted in 3 Maverus and 3 Wake Up Calls and call it a day. And like the matchup against Lou is a little ish. Sometimes it can be a little complicated to navigate. So if I foresaw a Lou meta and I was like the average player, I think I would have brought PD. But I'm very comfortable playing this sort of deck. Like I'm used to murdering with asset top.
Right.
So
yes.
I don't think I would have played PD very well.
That's awesome.
By comparison.
One thing that I was surprised to see, right? Like we've seen these sort of combos where you get Reconstruction Contract into Audacity Ozyev. That's, you know, been a pretty big line. And this shifting away to the 3-pointers, which I don't think you have full intention to score in most games. Was that a hard choice to make, or why that difference?
It's pretty, I thought it was pretty easy choice to make. Like there are too many ways in standard to disrupt a 6 damage combo.
Okay.
That's why NEH kill with false lead doesn't exist anymore. That's because you have you can do Reaper function end of the line, but then if there's Audrey plus Steel Skin, it doesn't work. If there's Lago, it doesn't work. If there's Lilypad, or Anikam, there are so many ways to disrupt it, and you need more than 6 damage. So we have one at Zeph because sometimes you can do the combo, but most of the time you're looking to use your Urbans as things that hit your opponent tempo, hit your opponent's resources, and power up your reconstruction contracts. And then when you fire the Urban, you get a Clearinghouse, and you push the Clearinghouse.
Super cool. We Augustus was lamenting a bit in chat there that probably the first thing he should have maybe pressured was the Svigator Excavator. That card is absolutely absurd. This is a bit of a segment to help out like JNet casual for the next, couple weeks. What would you recommend in terms of targeting certain things? Sorry?
Sorry?
Sorry, I missed what you said there.
No, Sviatogar is a very strong card. Yeah. Please target it first.
Okay, cool.
It's more important than Urban because you can tank a Urban, but you can't keep up with the economy that comes from the Excavator.
Yeah, 3 credits every turn, pulling something from your deck. That's obviously something else. That last turn too, of course, you know, we saw the Angelique on top of the deck. The last upgrade went into the remote server. You needed a way to duck the Bladderworts, and the Mavirus was it. Absolutely hilarious. Augustus is, of course, calling that in chat, but such a photo finish.
It's like I had the Mavericks from the turn before. I was about to jam it, and then I saw that the Angelique was revealed, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm not going to the Autogor this turn because I can bluff.
Yeah.
That is the Angelique.
Super cool. Now, we didn't actually get to see much of you playing the mulch deck, the Hoshiko deck on the other side. There are obviously some changes in the mulch list. There's some slots that are a bit, you know, more flexible. I've been absolutely enamored with Augustina as a pressure card to pull in the late game. How'd you end up on Augustina? Is that to pressure certain slower matchups, or how's it work?
It's strange. Well, it's Chris Trevos mostly who's been playing Augustina for a while and has convinced me to try it.
Okay.
And it's like there are some matchups like BTL or like the Asmari Glacier decks where you kind of like the corp can kind of get you to run out of steam, and you have trick. You can have a variety of tricks. You can have Hippo. You can have a bunch of things, but ultimately we found that Augustina was very like non-committal.
Okay.
Because it's very easy to play it, and then you can just Fenris for your fermenters and play a lot of viruses, and you can get 10 to 12 sabotage over a game if it's a slow game.
Yeah.
And obviously that starts adding up. It's also in there because it's Regenesis deck.
Oh, super cool.
If the corp starts trying to score Regenesis, you can simul-chip a virus in, and you sabotage. So a card was added to archives, so Regenesis doesn't work.
Oh my, that is something else.
It's a very cool interaction we found out. I didn't get to use it during this tournament, but it's nice to have.
That is so absolutely cool. I that would catch, I reckon, most players by surprise. That's absolutely fantastic. Another thing I want to shout out, right? Like Sure Gambles being in the deck. That is something that I think is relatively new in terms of getting those upfront economy slots. I know once you're rolling, you don't need that. What was the decision behind that? Because it's an interesting card that's in most lists. It wasn't in a lot of mulch lists, and now it's here again.
I can't play against Reality Plus assets. It's like one matchup that I'm quite bad at.
Okay.
And I asked a teammate for help. I asked Kira for help, and she said, just play Sure Gambles. And they work. Like, they're good enough.
Sick. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's comfort food for a lot, and that helps, obviously, with the early game. On that note too, right? Like mulch has been around for a while. Mulch. Like people they love the deck. For those who maybe see this later in the future and want to figure out how to play mulch, I don't think it's the most straightforward deck. And obviously the fluidity and flexibility of your board state. If you could give like one tip.
It's a cult. You have to be initiated.
Sorry, what was that?
It's a cult. You have to be initiated into it by students. But yeah, it's complex. I think Lu is easier to play because it has a more linear game plan. Whereas Hoshiko is like, the deck gives you a bunch of tools and you can do whatever you want with them. And yeah, it's difficult.
Winning this event, you do get access to have an art commissioned, I believe, in your likeness if you'd like. Do you know exactly what card you're targeting? I think most people pick a card in the deck they won with. Do you have any ideas? You don't have to commit to anything right now, but what seems interesting to you?
It's interesting because last year, when I played in the Circuit Breaker, I was that set on wanting Gachapon as an alt art.
Okay.
But this time I didn't put Gachapon in my deck, and yeah, it will be a lot better to have a card that is in my deck. It's probably going to be something for Mulch because Mulch is kind of my has been kind of my deck from the past few months.
Yeah,
and also. All of the champion cards in a while, like the champion likeness cards, have been corp cards.
Yeah.
And we're kind of be missing a runner one.
That is true. I'd be very excited to see a runner card, especially a mulch card. That's absolutely such a nice fitting addition to this sort of deck. So again, congratulations. Really well done.
Thank you.
On that,
thanks for the commentary. I only had the ability to chip in a little at a time, but it was very entertaining.
Oh, cheers. Thank you. I know a couple things. Maybe I'm going to do a bit of a shout out on your behalf. I do know that a QTM podcast is coming out soon that's talking about your op deck. Is that correct?
We have like 3 episodes coming up.
Oh, super sick.
maybe that's too much foreshadowing, but yeah, there's one coming out soon that is about the practice for CBI. So that will be, I think, the next one.
Awesome. And then on that note, before we sign out, we have a lot of thank yous. Do you want to give some shout outs? You got the floor. The microphone's all yours.
I can't do these things. Shout outs to QTM because they're very good. And that's it. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I know it's also really late. It's like 3 a.m. in your part of the world right now, right?
It's 40 past 3. Yeah.
Wow. Do you have Monday plans, or is this what Monday plans are now?
No. I specifically went to another place where I could sleep soundly in the morning. So
well done.
I'm safe.
Awesome. Well, once again, huge congratulations for taking the event. Absolute pleasure to watch these decks and to watch you play. It's fantastic. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
On that note,
I will leave you to wrap up your stream.
Oh, cheers. Again, congratulations.
Goodbye.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Again,
congrats.
That is our 2024 Circuit Breaker Invitational. It's been a whole year leading up to this. You know, the Circuit Breaker invites already for the next year are out, and, you know, people travel, people grind to get those invites to come to this event, and then still, you know, 100+ players to make it to day 2, to not drop a game in the top cut playing these decks that it's been like perfecting for such a long time is absolutely fantastic. Huge shout out to Augustus too. Like, wow, that guy has had an absolute killer competitive season, and I hope he's really happy with how things how things have been going. So I'm signed up for the QTM versus Tiebreakers rivalry because it's always really good matches on both sides. So
fantastic. Yes, it is.
We have some shout outs, some thank yous to do. Again, events like this take a lot of work behind the scenes. Of course, I'm going to shout out Radiant, Sam, who's been putting this stuff together. He's been working on this for a long time. This event seems to be a huge success from where I can see. I'm excited to hear in the future from y'all how your CBIs went as well. But huge shout out to the NSG team for allowing this organized play to putting it together. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes with organization, with judges. So there's a lot of people, Yusengrin, Cror, Cephalopod, all the folks out there. Apologies if I don't exactly know who's judging right now, but really, really, really great stuff to put the time and effort in. For those who came out in this weekend to play, to take, you know, a big chunk out of your Saturday and your Sunday to play, to put on a show, to compete in a game that you really care so much about, cannot thank you enough. This stuff would not exist if y'all didn't take the time and put it into these sort of things. Thank you for everyone watching in the stream, or you're watching the VOD. Leave a like, subscribe. You know how it goes. Thanks so much for tuning in and making this as hype as it is. I want to give a huge thank you to everyone I shared a microphone with. Firstly, Pants and Orbital. Thanks so much. You guys did great.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us on. It is always a pleasure to be on a cast with you, and this is no exception. I do want to very quickly, I think the shout out that I want to give is another shout out to all of the European players. It is so late right now, and they stayed up to play Netrunner. And honestly, as we saw, play Netrunner extremely well, despite the fact that they were awake at hours of the night when my brain is basically a liquid.
Yeah, Augustus also, it's like 3 a.m. over there. So really, well played. It's hard to keep up that sort of focus for such a long time.
And before we go, if I could give a quick shout out as well, I do want to just, I know I say this every time that I'm on commentary, but it is amazing to be in this community. I don't think that often we reflect on how incredible it is for Netrunner to still be around, to still be growing, to still be a part of our lives. We are 11 years in, and we are working on the 12th. This will be the parity year for NSG. They'll be running the game as long as FFG did. That is so incredible, and I am so thankful that all of you are interested in things like the CBI, interested in things like Worlds, interested in your local events, and shout outs to those local organizers and organizers of all levels. It's really great. And also shout outs to the players. I love all of you. Always be running. Always be running.
Thanks so much, Orb. I want to thank all the other folks who have been on the microphone for the whole last weekend. Y'all are fantastic. Could not do it without you. And of course, with that, oh man, that parity number of the fact that like NSG's been kicking ass for as long, if not longer now than FFG is pretty cool. I like that a lot. Anywho, that's it. It's the end of the weekend. Thanks so much, y'all. If you want to hit a notification button on this channel, there are events pretty regularly. There's accelerator beta tests coming up. You can find more information on nullsignal.games. There's 2 organized events coming up this month. One is in sunset format. The other is in standard. Get involved in organized play. Otherwise, hit up green level clearance. Get involved. There is circuit breaker or circuit openers now going out all across the place. On that note, I'm going to sign out. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid, and thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao.